Mississippi, huh? Okay. I ain't the only one up, huh? I see somebody coming in and out. Welcome to Ohio. Welcome to Ohio, aka Nazi Germany. They run this state crazy with the police. Gotta definitely watch my speed. I'm not the only one up, huh? Yeah, I said I'll come back on since I gotta drive the late shift. Maybe some folks that can't sleep and up tossing and turning, scrolling through the internet streets. Yeah, I'm just crossing from out of West Virginia into Ohio. So I'm driving a night shift. Driving a night shift. So far, I'm like really the only one out here, which is crazy. Guess it ain't. It's Saturday, so it makes sense. What's happening? What's happening? Talk to me. Talk black to me. Talk black to me. Talk black to me. Got to watching Brandon and listening to Brandon's show over there at Pan Africanism Strikes Back. They was talking some good stuff over there. Talking some really good. They was chopping up some really good game, talking about the past and the present and the difference between the different African immigrants. And people are saying it's mostly Haitians down there at the border down there, but I know that ain't the case. It's probably a lot down there, but I'm sure now it is. But in the last 7 months, it wasn't. So who was all those other folks? But they just showed up there saying in the last 10 days because of your sack of molded oatmeal man in the White House. But now everybody has a news story, and it's basically breaking the internet. So yeah, they're gonna have to figure out something. Man, you gonna turn your brakes out or what? Goofball. It is what it is. Who that? Who that? Sound off. Who are you? What's happening? Talk to me. This ain't the only one up. Ain't the only one up. Thank you for turning your lights out. I can see the comments, so I just turned the camera off because I don't want to have the light on in the cabin. That'd be the only way you could see me. That way, if there's any popos out here, they'll see that light on. Oh, let's see who it is now. Joe. So you up too, huh? Yeah, man. I'm rolling through Ohio, aka Nazi Germany, because the police here run this state like, man, like it's a suburb of Nazi Germany. So you definitely got to watch your speed and all that. But yeah, I was over there on Brandon's channel listening to them talk about the different African immigrants and the Caribbean immigrants here in America, and I guess the whole Haitian thing that's down at the border now. How they haven't did us anything, and you know, how they separate from us. Well, I mean, me personally, I don't have a problem with them separating from us because they have a different experience. Even though we're cousins, right? We're fighting cousins, and then when we need to, we come together. So the way I look at it is, well, that Sweetberry still up too? Oh, it's probably early where you at. Yeah, I'm driving the night shift tonight, so I got to drive all night. So I figured I'd just come on and whoever shows up, shows up. I just talk and run my mouth. Every now and then I look over there and see what y'all talking about. But yeah, they were talking about how these groups really don't identify with AKA Black Americans, African Americans. But yeah, they have a different shared experience than we do, even though we're cousins. Um, they really don't know us per se, because they get the same stereotypical programming that everybody else gets, right, about us. They don't know the brilliance and the genius and um, all of the ingenuities uh, and things that we created out of necessity. That we were looking for ways to get out of work. You know what I mean, and make the work a lot easier since we were doing it for free. So no, deep down, I think they have. Oh, come on, man, why are you behind me with your brights on? So deep down, they probably have a little bit, you know what I'm saying, feeling about us because we get all the press, and rightfully so because we've been the ones fighting the hardest uh, against these albinoid people. We've been fighting the longest, the hardest, right? So I don't even really factor in those groups and what we're doing. You know what I mean? Because we have a totally different experience dealing with these snakes than they do. When they come over, they more so on some trying to make a few. Man, why you got to come up on me with these prices? These people are just dumb. Now I can't see. Crazy. Hold on, guys. I got to get past all this construction before I can look over at the screen. But yeah, I don't even factor in these. Thank you. Damn it. Just not cut him out. He right on my butt, dummy. Anyway, sorry about that. Yeah, I don't even factor in these other groups. You know what I'm saying? To me, where I look at it, as long as they ain't in my way, I'm not trying to get in their way. Come over here and use damn Erica. You dig? Like a $2, you dig? I ain't got no problem with that. That's what it's here for. You know what I mean? Yeah, we got roots here and we got roots in the motherland. So technically, if we want to be technical, we really truly can claim the whole planet. So anywhere where we at is pretty much ours. If we want perspective, but I don't feel a certain kind of way about them. The ones that's for the Pan African movement, then hey, you my people. If you not, then chances are you're not. You know what I mean? I ain't got no problem with that. You want to identify with these other, identities, and you want to come here and be buddy buddy and right up in albinoid people's butts, then shit, go right ahead. I ain't got no problem with that. But don't think they ain't gonna turn on you. Don't think they ain't gonna invite you hunting and then hang your monkey butt in the woods somewhere. Don't think if you're gonna be able to date them and not be found in the bottom of a river, okay? Don't think they won't abuse your kids. Hey, y'all go right ahead. Y'all think they could think what they want to think about these people. They can have y'all food, but we ain't food. We know what time it is. That's the underlay for the overplay. Or was it overplay for the underplay? However they say that mess. It's 10 p.m. where you at? I see that. But yeah, I'm looking for the ones that mostly want to get out. and go over to the motherland and make something happen there. And we got quite a few folks from all over the place, from here, from Canada. I'm getting calls from people from Canada, brothers and sisters that's up there. Um, I think I got a couple of messages from the UK. And of course, I get several people from the islands, Jamaica, and I think Trinidad, and a few other spots. And of course, the bulk of it is brothers and sisters from here. So I get calls from everybody and get emails from everybody. So I'm not really tripping on that. My thing is, do you believe that we, one, come from the same source, right? And two, um, you want to see a strong Africa, because if it's a strong Africa, then we got something we can lean on, and we got somewhere to go in time of crisis. You know what I mean? Time of crisis. I'm not trying to go to Jamaica. I'm not trying to go. I mean, if I'm forced to, yeah, I would do it, but I'm not necessarily trying to do that. I'm not trying to go to Trinidad. I'm not trying to go to none of them places. You know, I know we can go there and be all right. You know, but why would I want to do that when I could go to the motherland itself? Okay, where it's literally billions of acres, billions with a B, if not trillions of acres available. You know what I mean? So I don't really see them being a problem. They want to come here and segregate themselves from us. Hey, do you? I ain't tripping. Do you? Use the America as you all see fit. You know what I mean? I just see we have the potential to have a lot more freedom in the motherland with a lot less bureaucracies, a lot less cooning, a lot less Samboism, right? We ain't got such a hatred for one another over there. You ain't got the hating on success, hating on education, hating on anything positive. You ain't got such a negative vibe out in the open, all naked, out in the open. You don't have that there. Folks are champion intelligence. They champion success. Okay, they champion education. They champion family. Is it perfect? No, nowhere is perfect. But it's a lot. It's a lot to be desired. That's what I would say. It's a lot to be desired there. Okay, you got the beautiful scenery. You have the history. The people do. At least they know themselves. Okay, that African proverb, "Know thyself." They know who they are. They not under no freaking illusions and speculating and guessing. They know who they are and they act accordingly. So when they come here, they change. Right? Because why? They don't see us being in no power position. Okay. When they look around, they see the same things we see. Albinoid communities in power. And everybody really going to them for work. The vast majority of us are going to them for work. And I mean, when I say us, I mean everybody that's here. All your immigrant groups, uh, African Americans, you got your Germans, you got your French, your Italians, right? Your Irish, all of them. Police department, fire department, streets and sand, right? Department of Transportation. This is where they work, right? So nobody says anything about that, do they? You know, and the narrative is that We're lazy. That's what a lot of them think. But we know we're not lazy. That's just a narrative that the country has been putting out about us since slavery. So this is it's nothing new. It's the same old brainwashing recycled over and over again. And some folks are just not um, they haven't discovered that it's just simple brainwashing. And then when they get here and start working side by side with us, we interfere with their programming. Because I run circles around a lot of these cats. So I don't know what the hell they be talking about. Us lazy. I've never been lazy my whole freaking life. So when they be saying this stuff, in my mind, I just be thinking, y'all don't know what y'all talking about. We may not have a whole lot, but we got more than a lot of places. And I could tell you, I've been all over. So there's some places I can't stomach. Those folks would come here and think that we were living in lap of luxury. You got running water 24 hours a day. Wow, they'd be like, wow, you have electricity 99.9% of the time. Wow. Okay, you got sanitation. They'd be like, wow, okay, you actually got flushable working toilets. What? It's a crapshoot. Sometimes when you in certain parts of the continent, you go in there and use that bathroom. So what I do is I go in there and flush first to see if it's working. I'm like, ah, shit, it ain't working. Well, hey, this is gonna be somebody else's problem because I gotta handle this business right now. You feel me? You know. So, and I know that they've been kept in this predicament on purpose, right? So the resources can be negotiated down to basically they being let go for pennies on the dollar. So I understand the whole premise of what's going on. So am I gonna blame them? No. Can they really blame us for the things and the situation that we in? No, because what we were overpowered, outnumbered, outgunned, right? Just all the bull, right? We've been You go over there, you see the same thing. It wasn't enslaved, but it was just another form of slavery. You know, they over there doing whatever they wanted to do, chopping people up, disappearing people, mass graves, all kind of stuff that didn't happen when the Europeans colonized these places. Because when they came in, our people just didn't let them waltz right on in there, right? They fought back. You know what I mean? They had their war. Our brothers and sisters had their warrior class, and they came in there and basically slaughtered folks by the hundreds and thousands. You know, people act like this stuff didn't take place. We know it took place. They ain't just walked in there and took over nothing. They fought that and took it over. I get it. They had superior weaponry, and then on top of that, you know, they was willing to be the most barbaric and savage, right? And our people had never encountered that type of savagery. So it basically caught us off guard because people were like, well, how did y'all lose the whole world? We lost it because we never thought nobody would come to us with that type of savagery. You know what I mean? You're basically on some inquisitiveness. And who are these strange looking people? So you're trying to like figure them out, and they there on some savagery. Okay? They're there for a whole totally different reason than the premise that they gave initially, right? So now here we are all in a similar boat, right? And then we looking side eye at each other. But yet at the same time, neither one of us are really giving the Albanoid community that work. I got a problem with that. I got a small problem with that. Put my cruise control on because speed limit has slowed down now. Yeah, I have a problem with that. I think I got a light out. I don't see no light back there. I have to stop at the next stop, see if I can fix that. Let me put, when I get a chance, I'm gonna stop and put the link in there. Somebody might want to come up and talk, or y'all can keep me awake while we talk about some of these issues that confront us, right? That just kind of playing in the background while we're trying to make this movement, because we're going to incur a lot of haters because we want to go back to the motherland and take all of our talents and our skills and see what we could do unmolested. What can we build? What can we achieve? What can we create without the threat of albinoid race soldiers running around, right, with the unequal just us system that's going to back their play, going to back their madness, it's going to back their blatant disrespect for the law, right? What can we create and have and develop without them, and where we assimilate into the majority? I think we're going to be able to do phenomenal things. Phenomenal things. And I think that's the thing that's really scaring folks. See, they don't want us to come there and do those type of things because they then it's basically the mirror effect. What up, bro? You up too, huh? Yeah, man. Africans first, baby. I'm up driving late. I'm on the late shift. So I turned the camera off because it's basically pitch black in the cab. I don't want the light to be showing because I'm out here in Ohio. And of course, ain't nobody out here on the road but me. So I said, well, let me just turn the camera on. Some of y'all probably can't sleep either. So this will be perfect. I'm gonna put the link in the chat in a few minutes. I'm finna come up to, I think should be coming up to something soon here where I could pull over for a hot second and put the link in the chat. Then anybody's welcome to come up and we could just chop it up till you get sleepy. Till you get sleepy, because I'm gonna be driving until I think I'm supposed to get there tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. So I'm gonna be driving. What time is it now? 1:30 where I'm at. I'm on East Coast time, so I'm gonna be driving for a lot more hours. But I gotta get back because my next loads are uh, right outside of Cincinnati. I gotta go on Monday, and then I gotta get back, and then I'm gonna grab a load going to Boston. So I'm gonna be on the East Coast. Yep. Went from the West Coast a few weeks ago to now I'm gonna be on the East Coast. So yeah, your brother be all across this damn Erica, the divided snakes. So I get to see a lot of stuff out here, people. After establishing a base of operations, we got to get into need-based industries. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. But we'll be able to do a lot of things over there because we won't have, y'all don't, I'm sure some of you all really understand it, that we don't have that bureaucracy. We don't have all that stuff. They ain't got all that. You establish your company and the taxes are going to be minimum, right? Um, and the people don't have the things that we have grown accustomed to. You know what I'm saying? They don't have the the luxury of all the different foods from around the world that we have. You know, our people love to eat. That's why I was saying before, like we need to do like a taste of Chicago or a taste of Sierra Leone, and you know what I mean, and do the same thing we do because these are things that we just do naturally. So we got to build up from where things that we can do because some of these things that we want to do is going to still be very expensive to do even on the African continent. Because when you start looking at logistics of getting some of the machinery that we need, we're gonna be having to pay through the nose to get some of this stuff. I mean, we can get it from the Chinese. A lot of this stuff you can go to Alibaba and see. So we still got to establish uh, brick and mortar factories and this type of thing, land, factories, equipment. But now you're starting to get into the hundreds of thousands, even in African money, even in Leones or CDs or Dalasi. So you're still looking at some nice amounts of money. Plus, you still got to have money for cost of living. You still got to have a place to lay your head, pay your utilities or whatever, food, transportation, right? So that's why I've been saying that we need to do it together collectively as a village. That's why I'm all for living together first. That way we can build a camaraderie, right? Have high morale, and then we can get back to the space, the head space where we can trust one another. It's kind of hard to trust folks when you can't see them. We in different parts of the country, all that stuff. But we next door to each other. That's a totally different story. I'm sick. You come over there, and if I could call you, you know what I'm saying? Sweet Berry, come over here. I'm sick. Make that good concoction you make from the different herbs, and you know what I'm saying? Come over here and provide me some aid and assist. They got that damn place right here. They pull over. Where I can check this light, and then I can put the thing in the chat. No cool, huh? Take the Jake break off. Damn, I can't see nothing. Can't even see where you're supposed to turn in at. But I got it. I got it. I got it. Hold on, give me a second, guys. Let me get somewhere situated so I could shoot, there's probably a million god doggone trucks over here.
In 3/4 of a mile, turn left on H.A.M Road, then take the first right.
Let's see if I can go in front of them. I'm not gonna stay. Hold on, give me a minute. Pull around to the front, and then that way I could check this light out and then put y'all in the chat. I can't tell if that it's just a marker light. There's one on the side, so if it's out, I could just buy one. I think it costs like $4 or $5. Just throw it on. I get them to reimburse me later. You dig?
In 3/4 of a mile, turn left on H.A.M Road, then take the first right.
All right, lady, I hear you. All right, put put the Jake brake on. All right, hold on. Guess, invite, copy, post, paste, chat. All right, they go to link in the chat, y'all. Let me go check the light out right quick. So give me like 2 seconds. I'll be right back. Well, yeah, well, the light is working. There I go. What up, peoples? The light working, so I ain't got to do no work. Thank goodness. I guess this is my pocket. Oh, my wallet. What the hell is this wallet doing in my pocket? Yeah, it's working. I just from the angle I can't see it, but it's back there working, so I ain't got to worry. All right, we're going back off. I might could leave y'all on the camera. Let me see. Anybody want to come up? I can hit the button while we here. We just chopping it up. No Mac Major. Yeah, there we go. Y'all can still see me a little bit. Yeah, you don't want to be driving in Ohio. You don't want to be driving in Ohio with a light out. It's easy for the doggone
Turn
state
left on
troopers.
US 35.
Probable cause to stop you, so you know I ain't trying to get stopped. I'm already the only one out here. Everybody else basically sleeping. All right, we got it. I definitely want to get out of Ohio as quick as possible. This is the shortest way I could come, though. So other than that, because I usually don't like coming through. Mr. Lofton up too? What? See you rolling? Yeah, man. I'm on the night shift. I decided to come on. Come on. Anybody that want to come up, they go to the link in the chat.
Continue with US 35.
Yes. Yes, dear. Except that, there we go. It's 60 miles right now, but I'm gonna go 55 just to make sure we don't have no problem. Out of the state boys, wide awake, huh? Damn, damn, wide awake, huh, baby? Oh, that's crazy. It's like let's see, you on east, you on Central Time. So there you go. Hold on. Now, you would come up while I'm trying to drive. Yes. There we go. I see you. Right, guess. No, I ain't doing that. Hold on. Damn it, I fucked it up. Guess. Oh, there we go. Add to the stream. What up, bro? I got you.
Hey, hey, what's going on, man? Assalamu alaikum and peace to
Look at my
everybody out there.
salon.
Yeah,
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 man.
yeah.
I'm up here rolling on the night shift. You know,
Right,
just a lazy, African.
right, right. Yeah,
That's the
I could have,
narrative. Go
I
ahead.
could have, I could have kept. I, I couldn't get my dashiki on fast enough while you were still parked, and I didn't want to
Uh,
disrespect the people, man. With coming on, without no shirt on, without being
yeah,
properly covered. So
yeah.
here we are. But I just want to encourage the brothers and sisters. I know it's a light group at this time of night up in here, but I want to encourage the brothers and sisters to come on, man, and to chat and don't sit in the background. You know what I mean? The brother got a beautiful platform, and I know
What up,
you
Joe?
got your
Going
regulars in
on?
here now and everything. What's up, fam?
Wait, what's going on? What's going on?
All right, brother.
Yeah, some of the brothers and sisters ain't used to coming on and really sharing their opinions because I do realize that some folks, like I say, I've been woke 30 years. I just now came to YouTube. So a lot of folks see me for the
Mm,
first time and think that, maybe I just all of a sudden decided to appear. But no, I was talking these subjects in the background for years basically hitting a brick wall because our people, some of our mentalities is just stuck on stupid. So I got to a point where I said, you know what? Why am I steady beating myself up because folks won't wake up and what I feel fast enough? Now I do admit some of them have waking up to the point where at least the stuff I'm saying they can stomach now. When I first started talking this stuff back in like early 91, 92, boy, it was like
Right.
people were damn near throwing up on me.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So I realized like, okay, everybody is not at the same pace when it comes to this. So a lot of folks, I think, they don't want to come and talk because I remember when I first came in, I was the same way. I kind of stayed in the background and I let folks who had been before me do all the talking. But that's how I learned.
Right. Right. Right.
You know what I
Right.
mean? So I
Yeah.
agree with what you're saying, but at the same time, I think that's probably a lot uh, to do with it as well because
A
I did
lot
the
to do
same
with it.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did the same thing. I stayed
And
in the background for a couple of years.
a lot of people too, they don't some people have, jobs and positions and things like that that they have to
Yes,
protect, and
yes.
and I understand that too, too. So they use aliases
Yeah, I ain't got no
and
problem with that. From the
you're
gang
right,
culture, that's all we did. I had like
right,
10 gang names. So I get it.
right,
You know
right,
what I mean? So
right,
I used to have all every time something new came out, we switched up. So we always had names. And then it depended on what side of town you went on, you had a different alias. So if I went to one side of town and I'm over there strictly to do some destructive stuff, I gotta go up under a
right,
real hardcore name. You know what I mean?
right,
Like killer.
right.
You know what I'm saying? And then
uh,
and then when I come to like my girl's side of town, when I come to her side,
yeah,
I'm my name is like Casanova. You know what I'm saying?
yeah. You was Huggy Bear. You was Huggy Bear when you was
Exactly. You
at the
know
house.
what
Huh?
I'm saying? Just depends on where I was at. You know what I mean? So
Said,
then I'll be somewhere, somebody call my name, and I'll forget which name I was going by, and they'd be like, "Hey," I'll be like, "What? Did you hear me calling you?" Oh man, my mind was somewhere else because I had so many aliases. So I get it. So if folks trying to protect their job, hey, we have no problem with that. I encourage that because
oh
you're
sure,
right. A lot of folks can't be open and honest because we're in a council culture, right? And they have
right.
zero problem with counseling folks that look like us.
And because of COINTELPRO, COINTELPRO is not dead.
No, it's not. No,
It will never be dead. It's always in play, and so that's a factor too. But we have to learn how to communicate in such a way where you know we are prepared to defend our position, and um, we are speaking in such a way where our word is hard to construe our words from a legal standpoint. I'm not talking about propaganda because propaganda don't care, what you say or how you say it. They're going to spread ill propaganda about you no matter what, you know.
absolutely.
But if but if you're able to protect, uh, and defend what you say, and you're careful with your words, you know, if I say something, right, what I say is not reflective on you, and what you and or is it nor is it reflective on Joe. You know what I'm saying? That what I just said is what is my opinion, right? But a lot of people don't know how to navigate those types of situations. So if they come on a panel like this, and let's say Blaine says something, and that is not taken, that's not received well, and somebody who they are competing for a promotion with at their job says, well, Miss Gertrude was on this YouTube channel talking some Black Power stuff, And you hear what this guy says? She agrees with him. And then they get all Miss Gertrude all flustered. Well, I mean, no, Miss Gertrude. Hey, all you got to say is that man said that. I didn't say that. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
my opinion is not necessarily his opinion, but some people they feel nervous about that and shy about that, and I'm not here to tell them that they're wrong because I don't know their situation. I don't know what kind of razor blade they're walking on. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, let me bring this. Let me bring this, and then I'll let Joe jump in. That's true. Every word you said is the God honest truth. But here's where the problem come in at. White folks don't see us as individuals. They see us as one big N word. So
Sure.
what I'm saying and what you're saying, if it's on some Pan African black stuff, and somebody like that, Miss Gertrude or whatever, she chimes in the chat and says, "That's right, brothers." Right? That's all it would need because in white folks' mind,
Yeah.
they see us as one big N word, and that is um, punishable by being canceled. So I get it
Yeah.
because I used to
By death.
always wonder too, like why is it that when I do things right, or not when I would do things. If let's say I do things by the book on my job, and one of the other brothers is late all the time, right? They come up with a policy to cover all us. It ain't me being late. I'm on time. I'm usually there a half
Right.
hour early.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
when it,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
but when they put the thing on the bulletin board, it pretty much addresses me and everybody else. Okay, so I get it, and I
Hmm.
be like, so my thing was I used to be the one like, hey man, you want me to stop by your house, pick you up? Do you want me to give you a courtesy call 3 hours before we got to go to work? That's the kind of guy I was even back then. But of course, I was too early for because folks used to be looking at me like I was a weirdo, like I was on some homosexual stuff or something like that. I'm like, no, I just don't want us to all be punished because you late. And
Right.
they couldn't see the fact that black they look at us as one big N word, and I knew this back then in my youth. And so even if it was guys older than me, I used to tell them, "Hey, look, where you live? Oh, you live in Murfreesboro, Illinois? Okay, well I'm in Carbondale.
Mm-hmm.
I got to pass right through Murfreesboro to come to work. So if you don't mind, I'll stop by and pick you up, and I got the gas." Dudes used to be looking at me like, "What's the angle?"
Yeah.
And they used to be, I used to literally be fighting with these cats. Dude, I'm willing to come pick you up. What is wrong with
Uh,
you? So it took a minute for them to start actually catching on that I just had a genuine love and want to see my people do well. And then it was only like two or three of us working there. So the rest of them all albinoid, can't stand us, right? So I'm like, come on, man. All I want to do is just make sure you get here. They be like, okay. So eventually I won out because I pestered the shit out of them. So I won out, and then eventually they started letting me pick them up, and then we all stopped. Then we made it fun. Now we can stop. At the grocery store, we pick up some. That's when I was eating meat. We pick up some meat, stuff products, and bread, and we get the mayo. That's when we was eating mayo, all the dumb shit, right? And we get the 2 liters of pop. We got the cups. We have, because we had to eat dinner together. I mean, eat lunch together because the albinoids wouldn't eat with us. We'd be in a doggone cafeteria, segregated like a mug. It's like 20 tables in between us. So we on one side, they on the other side. And I'm like, do y'all not see this? And yet we are not acting like we're together when look at how they acting toward us and we ain't did nothing to them. And y'all still don't want to cooperate and be like at least team black. They team white. Why can't we be team black? So that's what I want to say. But what you got to add to the conversation, Joe?
Well, man, I be sitting back listening to y'all, and I just have to fall back because y'all like on a whole nother level. It's like grown folks talk going on. So I just be trying to sit back and absorb all the education that you give for real.
Well, that's what's up, man. Because like I said, I've been woke a long time. For whatever reason, the Most High woke me up early, and I've been having to carry this burden for a whole lot of years when nobody really understood it, and I had to stay firm because people were definitely labeling me all kind of names. I went from being gay, which I've never ever had no tendencies, period. But the fact that I was just being helpful and being the bigger person in the room and seeing what most people couldn't see. And I'm like, well, damn, if I don't stand up and say something when I know better, it ain't like I didn't know better. I knew better. And even though it was guys around me older, they wasn't woke. So I had to figure out a way to make it where it wasn't perceived in the wrong matter because they wasn't used to nobody trying to help them and help them get a leg up and protect our collective reputations. They figure I'm an
Yeah.
individual, so what I'm doing don't reflect on y'all. That's bullshit. Yeah, it do. You go out and do some dumb shit. Guess what? I could be squeaky clean, but guess what? They see me as you now. So if you going ready to do something stupid, and I know it's stupid, yeah, I'm gonna stand in your way. I'm gonna say something. We might even get into a fight over it. But when it's said and done, I'm gonna try to explain to you, like, look, man, if I didn't get in your way and stop you from doing that, right? Not only would you probably mess up your life, you through osmosis, you mess up the rest of us our opportunities to do something better. Because a lot of us don't want to keep functioning in dysfunctional relationships. That's all I know. Everybody from both sides of my family, pretty much everybody in the neighborhood, damn near everybody I went to high school with, I can't think of maybe two, maybe five folks that eventually came out of that dysfunction and got their heads screwed on right. They still not Pan Africans, but at least they're not doing anything to hurt our image. The things they're doing helps our image. You know, they work, they have homes, they have nice automobiles, they have some type of investments, right? And they're law-abiding citizens. Maybe five. Everybody else either already in the ground, they already in the ground. Okay. If they not in the ground, they crazy. And if they not crazy, they should be taking medicine. Probably not. And then the other thing is they don't own nothing. So when you come around them, all they trying to come with is that flim flam. Hey man, I remember you before you became a Muslim. I remember you when your name was XYZ, when you had the government. I like, dude, I changed my name at 19. So you're gonna take me all the way back to 19. And what they're doing, the reason why they do that is because they want to bring you back to that dysfunction when you didn't have your proper mind.
Right.
Right? Go ahead.
Right. No, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm listening. I'm.
Okay. And so they would do, hey man, it seems to me that you forgot where you came from. So you know
Right.
me, I'm like, what? What did you say? Man, don't make me go ham on you, Jack. Hey, what you mean? What's that for me to forget? Ain't shit here. We ain't built nothing. We ain't collectively done nothing. The neighborhoods look worse than ever, right? The alleys are atrocious. The blocks are atrocious. People don't cut. At least when I was growing up, we at least cut the grass. You chumps now don't cut the grass. You throw your trash all out the window. The backyards is You don't do the backyard, you don't do the front yard, trash everywhere. So I'm saying, like, look, I don't want to be a part of this dysfunction no more. So in some respects, yeah, I might have forgot where I came from. Now the positive parts of the neighborhood, yeah, I take with me wherever I go. But now this dysfunctional stuff over the last 30 years, I can't own that. I
Yeah.
can't own that. We got the eight. Now it was cool before the internet, before we knew anything about Dr. Claude Anderson and Dr. Ben, Dr. Henry Clark, Dr. Amos
Right.
Wilson. It's cool before we knew that. Now it was a time when we didn't know these people. I get it, but now all the greats have been out. They done been to Chicago. I don't know how many times, all over the speaking circuit. right? We have the internet now. It's in your damn pocket, and you still telling me don't forget where I came from, and I should just stay in this dysfunction. Bullshit.
Well, I mean, they forgot where they came from. You know what I'm saying? I
Exactly.
mean, um, I mean, we leave the excrement in the bathroom. We flush it down the toilet. We don't keep it with us as a trophy. But
Hell no.
broken people do broken things, man. And as far as the first part of what you said, you know, righteousness, strength, and unity is always attacked. You can't come up. I challenge people. Tell me an example when somebody was just talking about righteousness without strength and without unity. And I'm gonna qualify here in a second. Tell me an example where somebody stood up for righteousness and they weren't attacked. Tell me
Oh
an
yeah.
example where somebody stood up for strength, you know, and said, listen, I'm a man or I'm a woman and you can't do me like that. And they weren't attacked, you know. Tell me an example of where they stood up for unity in their respective communities and they weren't attacked from the outside and from in the inside in their community. So we can go back, you know what I mean, and we can say, Patrice Lumumba. We can talk about Stephen Biko. We can talk about Amilcar Cabral. We can talk about the Sankara. We can talk about Brefu in Sister Brefu in the islands. I believe she was in the Virgin Islands, but whichever island she was. We can talk about Denmark Vesey, Nat Turner. We can talk about Malcolm X, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And for some people, when you run that list, and I want to mention Murtala Muhammad in Nigeria. When you talk about guys like Thomas Sankara and Murtala Muhammad, these were guys who were 100% for the people. Patrice
True.
Lumumba 100% for the people, where they weren't trying to take the resources of the people and enrich themselves. They wanted to nationalize the resources so that they could spend every dime on the people. And who actually pulled the trigger on those brothers is the people who they were trying to help, their own people. So now
Yep.
you get to folks like us and other folks who existed in those times and whatnot, and we see those and we say, that's why I don't pay to do that. No, that's why
No.
more of us should do that. That's why more of us should be righteous, because what you running from? You're running from death. You're gonna die anyway.
Yeah,
What you
absolutely.
running from? You're running from them killing you. They killing you anyway.
Just
And
slower.
the
Yeah.
people who you say, right, the people who you say you love the most are who? Your children and your grandchildren. And so if you can't stand, you know, if you can't stand, and I'm not saying everybody needs to be in the front, but I'm talking about the general principle of when your brother or your sister is inviting you to righteousness, inviting you to strength, inviting you to unity.
Yeah.
Okay, don't look for a reason to bring your brother or sister down, to attack them, to say, I remember when you was dirty. Okay, but
Exactly.
now I'm clean.
Yeah.
It been clean
Okay,
for a long ass time. That's the problem.
right, right. So Joe, what you think, brother?
Well, it always be like that. You're gonna have the people that's gonna bring you down. You're gonna have the people that's gonna lift you up. I just try and find the ones that do the more, lift me up more than bring me down. But I wanted to say that Goham, yesterday, man, you had a really good show, man, where you was talking about, the adults teaching the younger.
Hmm.
Because My experience with the adults coming up, no, they didn't teach me anything. That's
Me
from
either.
grandmother. Now I ain't gonna say grandmother, but uncles, because I'm a male,
Right.
you know. And I guess maybe because they wasn't taught better, they didn't teach me better. So a lot of things I had to learn on my own until I was able to get to somebody to show me what was what. Like my mind reflects on the eras of when people was using drugs in the 60s and the 70s and the 80s. Now, me just thinking it's like, okay, they brought drugs into the community, they brought guns, but did we have to use it? Did
No,
we
we
have
didn't.
to did we have to take, you know what I'm saying, and engage in that? But just think at those times, I mean, for as my understanding, what it looks like to me, it's always been suffering for the black people and just people, period. So if people suffering, they want relief, what they gonna do? They're gonna try and have some fun, they're gonna try and do what they can to take their minds off of what's going on around them.
True
So,
that.
you know what I'm saying? To me, it just seemed that as a black people, I felt like no, we had a choice. Our parents had a choice. Their parents had a choice. You know what I'm saying? Not to engage in those situations. You know, and I often think back, well, what if we had not have did, or if they had not have did those things, what would we be at as a people? That's what gets me. And then when you get the older people that come and be like, well, y'all kids, y'all ain't this and y'all ain't that, and we didn't do this when we was younger. I understand that. But what
Mm-hmm.
example did you set? What did you build for us? Yes, you know, they marched and they fought for rights. But after that, then what? There was nothing.
Yeah.
So then I
They
can
dropped
see
the
why,
ball.
yeah, I can see why when Gohan was coming up in his era, things went the way that it went for him. And so on and on, you know, the domino effect up to what it is
Mm-hmm.
today.
Yeah.
And like I said, I'm nothing but 38. And I can remember being paddled in the school. I can
Yeah.
remember
Me too.
when the neighbor,
Me too.
you know what I'm saying? I got paddled
Yeah.
real. I got paddled all the time. You
Me
know, I
too.
stayed in the baseball. You know what I'm saying?
Ah,
So
you
it's
see, I'm
like,
laughing. Shit. Me too.
hey, yeah, laughing, but it wasn't funny. You know what I'm saying? If you wasn't that
I
one that could
did it.
hold
What?
the
Yeah. I did it. What?
you know. So it just like I said, the domino effect of that. Because now look at the kids in school today; they out of control.
Yeah. They don't
There's
give
no
a damn
structure
about
or
school.
discipline. And even though, don't get me wrong, people were still doing bad things, but it was still more structured. You know what I'm saying? So it's like today and comparing then, yeah, it was a little bit better, but it was nothing established for us to engage and do. Just like when you were saying, you know, some of the guys was good kids, but they drew to the left because they didn't have nothing there to keep them constructive. The same with me. I was playing
Yeah.
baseball. My mama said, "Well, son, you can't play baseball no more. I don't want to pay for it." It wasn't that she couldn't; she just didn't want to. So what
Yeah.
did
She
I
didn't see
do?
the. She didn't see the value in it.
Yeah. So what did I do? I joined the gang. I
Absolutely.
started hanging with the homies. I started doing with my other cousin because I didn't have a father figure. My brother was my father. My older cousins was my father. Yeah, I had uncles, but they wasn't hands on with me. They was more hands on with me. So I followed the path that they followed. And all they did was what maybe they seen on TV and videos and stuff. So I just look
Mm-hmm.
at it like as from a standpoint of the adults, like you were saying, you know, you got to come down to that level and you got to understand that we living in different times and a lot of people been brought up different ways. Go ahead, when you was coming up, the neighbor probably could have whooped you and you out here
Yeah.
and said anything.
Yeah. They did.
Sure.
I missed that era. I missed that era, but still the neighbors was to a point where if she slapped me, I wasn't gonna say anything. If she said, "You
Yeah.
take your butt down to the house and go to your mama," I'm calling her and telling her what you did. Hey, I can expect to get down to the house after she done slapped me and go home and get slapped again.
Mm-hmm.
And there was nothing that I can do about it. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
So the thing is, we're not taking time to try and care as a people. We're not taking time to to instill into people, because the hardest thing that you can do when it's dealing with people is changing the way they think. You can tell
Yeah,
them all day,
man.
just like Go Ham. He tell us all day, brothers and sisters, y'all need to wake up. You need to learn this. You need to read that. And I be hearing him, but I fall the wayside too sometimes because my problems of life. And I'm pretty sure everybody gets that, but one way or another, we have to come together collectively as a people, those who are willing to work together and try and come up with a better plan and do it. You know, everybody's talking, but what's being done? That's my problem with everything. I'm hearing this person, I'm hearing that person, but ain't nobody really trying to take a real initiative to do something.
Well, there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff going on, and things that have been going on. You know what I mean? Like there's a lot of different movements that are going on all the time. But what we have to do, each of us, is internalize and do things within our own, you know, budding nation, if you will. So when you have a plant, you know, and the plant flowers, you know, most plants anyway, when they flower, they put out flowers on different limbs. It's one plant, but there's buds all over it, right? And then on a
Mm-hmm.
lot of plants, where the bud is where the fruit will be or where the nut will be, right? And
Yeah.
that's the future. That apple or that peach or that orange or that almond or whatever it is the future. That's the spaceship that it's going to drop into, you know, into the abyss, that either an animal is going to eat and take it someplace else and then drop that seed, or that seed is going to hit the ground and that rotten fruit, and then it's going to, you know, potentially make another you know, tree. That's the future. So we
Mm-hmm.
individually need to stop looking at, okay, what is my brother and sister doing, or what is the, or you know, what are these different organizations are doing, and start working on our own ship, getting our ship together. And even if you just making baby steps, because you know, sometimes people get discouraged because they look to their left and they see somebody taking big steps, jumps,
Mm-hmm.
flights
Yep.
even,
Uh-huh.
you know, and they look to their other side and they see somebody taking, seem like they're making moves that I can't make. You know, only move that I can make is a baby step, or I'm crawling right now. You know what I'm saying? But are you moving forward? You know, we have an expression. The way I came up, it said forward ever, backward never. You know,
Mm.
and
Okay.
Say that
and
again. Say
so
that again. Say that
Yeah, I
again.
like that.
for, forward forward ever, backward never. You
I
know,
like that.
so I came up like amongst the Rastafari brothers. You know,
Mm-hmm.
my parents weren't into that, but I started listening to reggae when I was like 13 years old. I was introduced to that by my big cousins, kind of like the brother was talking about, and so I started being around. You know, the big brothers were the Rasta brothers. You know what I'm saying? And the elders were the Rasta elders, and they always had, you know, sayings like that where they would change words, you know, to where the words would empower you. So, you know, we believed in words sound power, right? When you say something, it should empower you, right? And we believe
Mm-hmm.
in the power of words. So that's the reason why you hear them and they'll say, instead of saying dedicate, they'll say livicate, because we don't want
Okay.
to be dead. We want to be live, right? We want to live, right?
Facts.
When they
Facts.
when they when they speak about things like and when they speak about things and they really want you to understand that this is serious, this is a contract between you and me, I'm making a promise, you know, to you, right? They will say I, meaning you, me, and God Almighty, right? Or they'll say
Mm-hmm.
the I, like you and your family would be the I, them. So you and everybody that's with you, see, but not just the you, but the best you that there is. That's the you that is created in the image of the Most High. That's what that means when they say the I, them. See, so so it's words like that 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 I grew up with and that empowered me and made me look at things different. I always whenever I watch imperialism, like I don't like to say white supremacy. I say imperialism because of the same thing, the same concept that I'm explaining. When we say white supremacy, it's like we are chipping ourselves, like we are a big stone and we're chipping ourselves. It's almost like an admission. See, and we don't need to do that. So let's call it what it is. It's imperialism that they enforced on us because there's no supremacy,
Left to US
you know.
35 West.
And
No, of course not.
so you know, we can do it. Marcus Garvey said something real powerful. He said, he said we can do it, and then he said to the people, he said, "Can we do it?" And he paused.
Yeah.
He was checking the people to see if they was on the same plane with
Frequency.
him
Yeah.
in,
Frequency.
yeah, frequency in their spirit, you know. And this
Mm-hmm.
this 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 message that the brothers bringing here tonight is the message of, hey, uh, what can we do? He's asking the same question. Okay, what can we do when we are in that unadulterated state? What
Mm-hmm.
what can we do? What can we do
Mm.
when we are fully aware of our responsibility? We are fully aware of who our enemies are. We are fully aware of the tricks that they play. What their
Left
standard
lane.
operating procedures are. What what the enemies amongst us standard operating procedures are. What can we do when we are really operating, the way that we need to operate? And on that, I would like to say that we have to get into need based industries. In this country right here, you know, these other people, they come in and they do a good job
West
of
35.
getting into need based industries and cornering the market. The Indians and the people from the Indian subcontinent, they have gotten into the hotels and the stores, like the
Yeah.
convenience
Dunkin' Donuts.
stores.
Dunkin' Donuts and
Right.
7-Elevens.
Dunkin' Donuts, 7-Elevens, and there's a need there that they are fulfilling. There's a
Yes.
whole lot of those people that are in the sandwich shops, the subways,
Subways.
right? But if
Mhm.
you look at those two industries that I mentioned, at first, what is there? What is wrapped up into that to those industries? Well, in the stores, you have people's bad habits, and people not going to leave their bad habit.
No.
People will leave necessities a lot of times over their bad habits, right? They'll go
Yep.
buy their porn. Well, you ain't got to buy porn no more, but I guess people still buy porn because I still see it in those stores. But
Yeah, it does.
they'll go buy their porn, they'll buy their gambling, they'll buy their tobacco, they'll buy their alcohol, right?
Yep.
They'll buy
Beer.
their beer, they'll buy crack pipes with roses in it, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, in there. But there's something else there that everybody needs: fuel. And a
Mm-hmm.
whole lot of those establishments, those folks are doing fuel. And fuel doesn't have a high profit margin,
Sure don't.
but it is an absolute necessity to a nation. And when you not necessarily corner the market, but when you have a large market share in fuel distribution, that's a need. When you
Yeah,
have a
it is.
large market share in hotels and motels, that's a need. You know, we want to we don't even control the music that we make, and the music that we make is not a need. So when we
Hmm.
go into the motherland, we have to we have to be ready, willing, and able to get into the need-based industries, and we also have to be willing to deal with what happens when you disrupt an industry. Because when we go over there, there are people that's already filling those positions, and we will be disrupting them, and they will be coming with all of those things that I already mentioned about knowing who your enemies are and what their standard operating procedures are, and knowing who your internal enemies are and what their standard operating procedures are. But we have to be in need-based industries. You know,
Absolutely. What up?
we
What up, Nora the Great? I'm driving the night shift, so I decided to just turn it on and see if anybody was up, and folks are up. So we just chopping it up. So it's all good. But yeah, I agree with you, brother. What you said made a lot of sense, especially the first part as well as the second part about that we don't have we shouldn't be focused on folks that not necessarily think the way we do, right? And then what
Mm-hmm.
we can do once we get over there and we unmolested, right? And we ain't got all this threat of death hanging over us, right? Because all it would take is what I always tell folks, because folks be acting like they're so far removed, but all it would take is for you to be out and about, let your guard down, and let those blue lights get behind you, and watch how stuff change in your spirit. You know.
yeah,
So what can we do when we don't have that type of threat, right? When we go over there and we can actually get some justice, because if somebody does you something on the continent, they have their protocols to alleviate that. So you will go to the proper channels and you will actually get some form of justice. See, we're not used to that. We know we go to the system up in here how they're gonna be looking pretty much to screw us over
Yeah.
unless we're going against another melanated person, and then that way it's just gonna come down to who has the facts on their side, who has more proof, then they'll go with that. But if it's us against an albinoid person, then they're gonna look for any way possible to get them the benefit of the doubt, even if we do have the evidence. Right? We have to have
All right.
literally overwhelming evidence in order to win some of this stuff. And I'm sure Joe know this already, right?
Oh yeah, I'm going through it right now.
That's the
I'm
reason
going
why I'm
through it right
saying
now.
it. You going through that, so I know this.
Right
But
now.
see,
I mean,
this,
literally.
yeah, and the thing is, a lot more people are in your situation. And that's what I'm saying. Like, what can we do when these things are not at our freaking doorstep every every minute of the day? It seems everything is okay. Like, I might go weeks and weeks without even interacting with anybody in law enforcement. But I know if I was over there, the whole law enforcement experience is so different. It's like a breath of fresh air. You go to my page. This is probably gonna be the only time you see me taking a picture with my arm around police. This is gonna be the only time you're gonna ever see that. I actually have pleasant interactions with the police there. We could sit and talk. We could go out and hang out, right? I was even once upon a time thinking about dating a police in Sierra Leone. I decided not
uh
because
oh,
it's one of my principles. I don't date law enforcement, but she had everything that make a brother decide, you know what, bump that. But I said, but I was like, nah, I can't do it because she's still, even though she's a police officer and she's on the continent, that that mentality creeps in, right? That law enforcement mentality creeps in even over
sure,
there. But at least you are able to talk to them. You're able to negotiate. You're able to get them to see your side. It's just not an automatic. It's not like they automatically against you because you black.
Yeah.
It's not. It's not. They don't even come at you like that. It's sir, this, that, and the other. And then once you start speaking, they be like, man, you sound like you're not from here. No, I grew up in America, but I have Sierra Leonean roots. They be like, really? Tell me more. They want to like hear your
Yeah.
story. I be finding myself talking to folks that I never would thought I would be talking to because they don't see
Yeah.
us the same way. That's what I'm saying. Like when you said that, that is very powerful. That's what I'm trying to get folks to see. There, it's not a rich country, but they're rich in mineral uh, uh, resources, right? But as far as I always say, paper currency or fiat currency, they're not rich in that. But when it comes to every other aspect, family, culture, language, food, history, man, they mega rich. Camaraderie, patriotism, they're rich beyond measure. So the things that we could bring, even though we may not be where we would like to be, uh, if we go there with our particular talents, it's a need for us and our particular talent. Okay, because to me, that soil, like we were saying, that soil is so freaking valuable. It's like crazy that people don't really see that. Now I've heard the argument that, well, why won't we just ask these Albanoid devils to just give us a state? Now I kind of subscribe to that, but at the same time, I don't because of course they would do us like they did the Indians, give
Yeah.
us New
Yep.
Mexico
Yep.
and
I
Oklahoma.
agree.
You know what I'm saying? They would give us
Oh
They know what
boy.
they set up.
Wyoming. They would
Oh
give us
man.
Wyoming or something. But if we ask for like I said, if we ask for the state,
Hey Joe, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I don't know, man. I think he might have fell off, man.
Yeah, he might have frozen out. But yeah, I agree with a lot of what you were saying though. It makes sense. But still, I'd say me as a young man, it's just seeing past what I already seeing with my eyes in front of me right now.
What are you what how old are you if you don't mind me asking?
39. Well, soon to
39.
be
Okay, I'm 52.
39.
hold on, I see a few more people. I'm back now. Hold on.
Okay.
Same ones. Okay, we back. We back. Jack, what else? Smooth
Good, good,
frequency. I
good,
see you.
good.
I'm up, headed out to my second drive
Well,
from the barbecue with the family, the friends, huh? Yeah, but
I don't
let me
know.
finish
No,
that.
family's good. Go ahead.
Let me finish that. So if we leave to that particular country because it doesn't have, like I said, a lot of things, and that's the reason why a lot of the people at the top are saying yes, it makes sense because they saw the the year of return, because I want people to really understand how this thing came about with Sierra Leone, because until recently, this wasn't even talked about. It was mostly Ghana, Tanzania, maybe South Africa, and the Gambia. But the president sent a delegation to Ghana for the year return for them to do some reconnaissance and to see what all the hubbub was about. And what they determined was the fact that a lot of folks were going to Ghana, right? And they wasn't necessarily um, considering their ancestry. And so they pinpointed this particular thing and said, why are these people, which who knows what the true number is, why are they going to Ghana and passing right over Sierra Leone where their ancestors may have been stolen and kidnapped from Sierra Leone?
Right.
And at first, I ain't gonna lie, I was dead set on just being out of America, and I didn't care where I end up at. It just happened to be Ghana. But then once I heard that message, I was like, you know what? That makes a lot of sense to me. Like when you hear stuff that makes sense to you, you got to do a little bit more research behind that so you can see where that rabbit hole's gonna lead to, right? So when I
Right.
started going down that rabbit hole, what I found was, hey, these people made a way for us, and now we have to protect it. We have to champion it, and we got to make sure that everybody knows about it. Uh, you still could go to Ghana. You still could go to South Africa. You still could go to any of these other places. But now those places set up for us is they set up with open arms? Not necessarily. So we have to do a really thorough job in researching these things. In this particular country, they're open their arms wide open for us. They know our circumstance. They know our collective experience. They know about the slavery aspect. They know about Jim Crow, because I heard the president mention Jim Crow out his mouth. So they know our
Mm-hmm.
situation. So to me, that's why I'm so adamant about changing the narrative in some of these other countries. I mean, some of these other countries that we can go to. But that's why I'm in this movement, and that's why I decided to be more vocal on YouTube. Because other than that, my mindset was on just, hey, I got my citizenship, I'm good. But
You
I
straight.
realized, like, man, that I'm going over there, yeah, I'm straight. But now the stuff that I would like to do, far as the village mentality, I can't necessarily do because it's not enough brothers and sisters there on code. First of all, right? And
Yeah,
are they
that's
going to be
key.
receptive? Are they going to be receptive if I try to go there and speak about being on code? So I say, well, you know what? Why not just? I'm not the only one wanting to get up out of here. Other folks want to get up out of here. So let me bring it to the people that's in the damn Erica first, and then let's see how many people we could take over to show them what's really happening, and then maybe to repatriate from there. But I agree with you 100% where we probably gonna do monumental things if we unmolested.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I just want to encourage the brothers and sisters out there, and I want to give them, a tool. I want to give them a mindset that they can apply. Um, because I meet so many people, and they don't know where to start, even with themselves. So I want to say this to kind of you know give some perspective. China is very, very powerful right now. You know, and China is on pace, on track to taking over the top nation spot from the United States in terms of world influence and in terms of the default currency for trade uh, internationally. So what props up the United States is the fact that our dollar. If you're in Morocco and you want to buy, um, let's say, bagels from Great Britain, right? You want to buy a shipload of bagels from Great Britain, you have
That's
to do it
petrodollar.
in the U.S. dollar, you know, and you can't do it in pounds or whatever the Moroccan currency is. And so that's been going on for a good
Yeah.
while. But in the late 40s to 50s, when the Chinese Revolution happened to communism, and let me just say, I'm not a communist. I'm not a socialist. Okay, I'm not a capitalist. All of those terminologies were developed in the late 1800s. What were people before that? Okay, so I'm not advocating communism here. I'm talking about the people made a decision that they were going to change and revamp their situation, and that's the route that they chose. Okay, now they did that in the 50s, I believe. It's either the 50s or the 40s. Look at what they've done in 80 years,
Hmm.
70 years rather. Look at what they've accomplished, okay, in that short period of time. So I'm saying to the brothers and sisters, don't feel defeated. Don't feel like it's impossible. Don't think that the war has been lost. No, it's just another battle. It's everything is a battle. We have not lost anything. Now, let me give you something that you can do. You can apply to yourself personally. Look at yourself and say, "Hey, am I making $100,000 a year?" Oh, we lost him again, Joe.
Yeah, I see. Hmm.
So we let him come on back. I kind of knew we had lost him because I saw he froze. You
Okay.
know,
He driving in trucks
so
in the middle of nowhere, so
yeah, driving in the middle of nowhere.
he probably go in and out. But yeah, but finish what you were saying, man.
Yeah, if you're not making $100,000 a year, I try to give people. I share this with a lot of young people. Um, what you need to do is make $450 250 days out the year. $450 a day, 250 days out of the year. And a lot of people say to me, "Well, hey man, I don't make that. And I'm working this job, such and such and such and such, and they don't pay that. So what do I do?" Well, you got to figure that out. I'm not telling you
And
to
that's
leave your job. What I'm saying is, if you're making $100 a day and your goal is to make 450, now you got to figure out another business or another job or something that's going to get you to that mark. And then what you try to do is you try to do it in the least number of hours. So if at first you figure out, you say, we started selling some clothes, or we started selling some products, right? And that brought us up from, uh let's say, $200 a day to $300 a day, you know. And then I took a second job, and that second job brought me up to 450 a day, right? Or I'm it's not 450 for 250 days, it's 400 for 300 days out the year, whatever. Okay, whatever gets you to the $100,000. So you got your mindset together on that. But you say, "Hey man, I can't keep going on like this because I'm killing myself. It's too much work. I'm working 80 hours. I can't stand it."
yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Now you refine it so that now you're making, instead of making $50 an hour or $25 an hour over a 12-hour workday, whatever. Now you're doing $100 an hour. What was the last thing you caught, brother Ham?
Yeah, you said you're not advocating communism or capitalism or socialism.
Right. So I was just pointing out that the Chinese have accomplished what they've accomplished in just 70 years. They went from a third world nation to a first world nation
Yeah, but they had
to
help. They
almost
they
being
they had help though. But go ahead.
to almost being in first place, you know, and and they not compromising their agenda. You see, they put their agenda first, and so then I went to trying to explain what the brothers and sisters can do in their own personal nation, and this is something I explain to a lot of young people. You should look at $100,000 a year as minimum wage. Okay, if you're
Yes.
working, you should try to
Yeah,
get
you're right.
yourself to
You're right.
$100,000 a year. And a lot of people say to me, "Well, man, I just don't make $100,000 a year. How am I supposed to get there? My job doesn't pay that." And I tell them, "Well, you got to figure that out. You got to figure that out." And I'm
Yep.
not advocating anything illegal. I'm talking about through
No.
legal means. You know,
You got
you got to add a
Uber.
business.
You got the internet. You got the online businesses. You can do it.
Right, right. You can do it. So you need to get there. So I said break it down like this: $450 a day, 250 days out the year. Okay,
There you go.
and so if you can do that, then not can you do it, because you can do it. Marcus Garvey said you can do it. You can do it. So once you get that worked out, you say, well, hey, I'm making $100 a day right now. Okay, that means maybe you need, if you got to do that through a job, then all right, maybe you need a better job where you're making more money per day, and maybe you add a business, or however you do it, but work it out. Think about what you need to do, strive for it. You're gonna reach it. Now, once you reach it, if you reached it in long form, meaning you're working 12 hours a day and you're working 300 days out the year in order for you to make that money. Now you're going to refine that. You're going to refine it so that you're making more money per hour than you than you were before. So you go from $25 an hour to $50 an hour to $75 an hour to $100 an hour to $200 an hour. Okay, so we're gonna look at that $100,000 as minimum wage, and there's plenty of avenues out there for people to reach that goal.
Yep.
Then
Trucking.
and trucking, for instance, is a great one. Okay, uh, but now, and again, that's a need-based industry,
Yep.
right? We have a good foothold in trucking as it is right now. There's many different types of opportunities. But what we have when we go into trucking or we go into anything else, we cannot go into it with a sharecropper mentality. We cannot go into it with a slave mentality. Okay, we cannot go into it with a consumer mentality, because consumerism is, it doesn't matter how much money you make. My grandfather and my father used to teach me, it doesn't matter how much money you make. If you waste it, you will always
Right.
be broke. you
Yeah.
know
Yeah. That's why you
so
got to have a cause bigger than yourself, so where you can spend your money on that particular cause. A lot of us go broke because we really have no cause at all. So what's the use of me having and preserving money and being careful of my spending when I have no cause? I might as well buy a
Well, people
Cadillac.
that
Might as well buy a Cadillac with rims and gold chains.
right,
Some weed.
exactly. And uh like again, broken people do broken things. And when you ask people who have no hope, say if the world's going to end tomorrow, what you going to do? And they start telling you who they going to kill, or who they
Yep.
going to have sex with, or how high they going to get, or
Yeah.
anything like that.
I'm
And
gonna
then when you
rob a
talk to a
bank.
person that is right, you
Mhm.
know if you talk to a person that doesn't have a broken spirit, and you tell them, hey man, uh, the world is going to end tomorrow. There's an asteroid the size of the moon, and it's going to hit the Earth. And we know for a fact it's going to hit the Earth tomorrow, and life as we know it is going to end. Probably everybody's going to die, and that's just the end of it. What you going to do tomorrow? And they start telling you what positive stuff they're going to do for the rest of the day. And some of them even tell you, look, if today is Monday and the world's supposed to end on Tuesday, they say, and then Wednesday, because on Wednesday I got to do this. They don't have a broken spirit. You see, they
Yep.
preparing, they preparing for the possibility that they can win.
Hmm.
You know, and that's what I want to really stress to brothers and sisters is you can win, you can do it. You know, but don't think of it like, hey, you. When I say you, I'm not necessarily talking about my lifetime, your lifetime. I'm talking
Mhm.
about you, your people. I'm talking about you, your children, you, your grandchildren. But if you got a defeatist mentality to where you got to have your birthday cake every day, you got to have somebody's name on your backside branding you as Louis V, or coochie or whatever, all over your back. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
That's that consumer mentality. But when you get your money up, you're working on the nation of you, and you understand that wherever you are Africa. Your house is Africa. Your car is Africa. You know, Africa for the Africans all the time, everywhere that we are. You know, look
Yep.
how Haiti was brought into the African Union.
Yeah.
Is Haiti in continental Africa? No,
Nope.
Haiti's in the Caribbean. You know, but Haiti was brought into the African Union because they respect Haiti's gangster,
That's right.
right?
That's right.
You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Yeah. So we got to start moving like that in our personal life. And then once, as we, all these things kind of have to kind of work all together all the time. All right. So as we are doing that, we are also preparing ourselves, to lay a foothold on the continent. You know what I'm saying? And grow, 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 instead of, you know, I gotta have a birthday party. I gotta have some perverted birthday party every single day. I gotta be high every single day. I gotta listen to Phil every single day. I gotta buy some consumer stuff. I gotta enrich Apple. I gotta enrich the gaming community. I gotta enrich the movies, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. When the opportunity comes to go to Sierra Leone or Ghana or Gambia or any place else, then you want to make excuses.
Exactly.
They don't even
Hey,
like us.
hey, you ain't gotta tell me, man. Y'all ain't gonna believe the
Yeah,
stuff I've been hearing. But go ahead.
yeah, yeah. And if I mean, I'm not talking about like, okay, if you ain't got the money, you just ain't got the money, right?
Yeah, it probably caught you by
But
surprise. I get it.
right, but are you is that part of your long term, plan? Are you actively working towards that? And if you're not, is it because of some of these foolish excuses that you isn't it, it
Yeah.
doesn't it not belong to you?
Hey,
You know
hey,
what I'm saying?
I
Don't you
walk
have a
around.
right?
That's right. I walk around there like, hey,
Agree.
I'm home.
Right, right. Why shouldn't you? And I mean anywhere in Africa. You know what I'm saying? Because the whole of Africa is for we, and we are for
Yes.
the whole of Africa. You know, and so you know, you think the Chinese care
Hell no.
if they want them there or not? You think the French care if they
Nope.
want them there or not? But you not you Ham or you Joe, but you in terms of us
Us.
American
Yeah. I know you mean us, but
blacks
you
in the
know.
diaspora,
Yeah.
Yes.
yeah, uh, are so sensitive that you know you care whether or not somebody like you there. They don't like you here. Where you gonna
Right.
go out of space?
At least there they walking
It's
around.
crazy.
At least there they walking around there with that little D energy because they see the numbers,
Yeah,
and it don't take much for us to flare up over there. See, they might
yeah, yeah,
a lot of brothers and sisters may be sort of, you know, um, kind of humble. They humble themselves when they see these foreigners because they trying to check a dollar. So I ain't got nothing wrong with they. I ain't got no problem with they hustle. You know what I'm saying? Check a dollar. If you could check a dollar, cool. But ultimately, they ain't how they feel deep down in their spirit. Let them try to check a dollar and let one of them foreigners try to stiff them on trying to check a dollar and see what happens.
mm,
You're gonna see the real African come up out of them then.
right,
and
right,
I like that energy. You know what I mean? So I ain't got no problem with that.
right.
You see them in the you hear folks are really giving you showing you some love, but participating in whatever business you didn't set up, and folks coming there either spend money with you or trying to work with you or whatever, and then you trying to cheat them. It might go on for a short amount of time, but eventually they're gonna rise up against you, and it's happening pretty much all over Africa. Because I remember maybe what was that a couple years ago, there was some Chinese restaurants I want to say in Kenya, and they were saying they had a sign in the window, no Kenyans or whatever, no blacks or whatever. I forgot exactly how the sign read. To you can't be here after dark or something like that. And folks, somebody took a picture of that and put it on Facebook, man, because you know I'm in a lot of those chat groups with
Right.
Kenyans, South Africans, Sierra Leoneans, Liberians. I'm in a lot of those chat groups uh, on Facebook. Man, we went in like, man, if y'all don't do something about that, do we have to get on a plane and come over there and burn that place down? So the
Yeah.
The Kenyans in the comment section was like, hey guys, it's not really that serious. We just not gonna eat in there and da 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 da. We was like, man, bump that.
No, no, no. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You don't let that go.
Yeah, bump that because if
Don't
you
let
let
that
one of
go.
them get away with that, well, guess what? You're gonna start seeing that type of sentiment rise up all over the place where these particular individuals move into these areas. So, sure enough,
Sure.
once enough pressure was applied, they said, you know what? Yeah, maybe y'all right. Maybe y'all right. And then they took up the challenge and they got their ass about the paint. And so everybody was congratulating
That's
them.
what's up.
And now those particular individuals won't dare put a sign like up there. Now they may walk around and harbor that type of sentiment toward us, but they not gonna dare have enough balls to put no sign like that in their window again. I bet you that.
Well,
And
they
that
better be
and
glad. They better be glad Blaine ain't the president. Because I tell you what, I would have told him we don't want no Chinese in Kenya after dark.
exactly,
You
exactly,
know what I'm
exactly.
saying?
You stay here at your own risk, goddamn
Yeah,
it.
yeah. Look,
How you
you
gonna
better
come
be on
to
the
a
first thing smoking at dusk.
exactly? Y'all better close. Y'all better start closing at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. God
Right,
doggone it.
right. And catch you
You
a
better,
plane back to China. You
yeah. You better not catch you in traffic trying to get to your part of Kenya. Is that that's what they do when they come there? They self segregate.
yeah,
They pick an area in Kenya, right? and they all move into and cram into that area, and then they make it known that they don't want nobody living next to them that don't look like them. That's how they do. I
Yeah.
ain't got no problem with that. Cool. Go to y'all little enclave or whatever and stay over there. But like I said, because the brothers and sisters are deep. They deep. We ain't got to eat Chinese. Ever since hell, I can't remember. It's been at least 5, 6 years since I've ate Chinese. I don't fool with them no more. You know what I'm
Mm.
saying? I don't fool with them no more. Food
Hmm.
really wasn't that good all along. Be honest with you. With all
And
the
they did
what
an excellent job
SMG
of
or whatever.
marketing their food, man.
Yeah, exactly. They
Yeah,
act like their
MSG.
food is
Yeah.
all MSG. That's it. You know, their food really ain't. Then we don't know what the meat really is.
Cat dog.
You know what I mean? I don't know what it is. That's all I'm saying. It could be legitimate chicken and beef and whatever, but hey, I don't know.
It
We
used to
don't know.
be
We
a
don't.
lot of stray
They
dogs and cats back in the days. They disappeared now.
Yeah, you know, I did
they did
notice
an
that.
excellent job. They did an
They
excellent
disappeared.
job of marketing their food in the United States, but in the black community, you know, fried rice and doggone egg rolls and all that, man. Black people eating that, man, to the extent that is damn near the alternative soul food. You know
Yeah,
what I
you're right.
mean?
You sure right.
You know, and they just did an excellent job of marketing that, you know, in our communities and everything. But another thing about the Chinese that they did really, really well in China in their revolution was how they indoctrinated their children.
Yeah, they did.
So that generation of children in the 40s and the 50s and the 60s were completely changed,
Yeah, they were.
you know, and
Yeah.
so you had some dissension in the 90s, but those people that were the dissension in the 90s were
They
the
got crushed.
students, and those were the ones that were born, like us in the 70s, right? In
Hmm.
the ones that were born in the late 60s and in the early 70s and in the very early 80s. Those were the ones that where you had dissension, you know. And
Yeah,
now China, man, is like iron fist, bro. I was
yeah,
trying
it
to buy
is.
some products on Alibaba,
Yeah.
and I was trying to buy like some hydraulic cylinders, right?
Okay.
And the dude who I was talking to, he had COVID. We were chatting back and forth, and so he was asking me how is the COVID in the United States, and so I told him, well, what was going on at that time and everything like that, and then I made some suggestions to him, that he could probably do to help his COVID. Right now, this is supposed to
Okay.
be a private chat between me and him. Do
Okay.
you know Alibaba shut it down
Wow.
and blocked us from talking?
So they have somebody
That's
monitoring
crazy.
they live chat.
Everything in China is monitored, man. Everything. Even the guy who owns Alibaba got censored. He
Yeah, I
said
saw
something
that.
that the government didn't like. Man, look, he was lost in space for a few
Yeah, I think
months, man.
I think they hauled his ass in, didn't they? I think that's what happened.
Yeah, I think so too. I don't know for sure what happened to him,
Yeah,
but
but
I
I
know
think because he
he
just
dropped.
disappeared and people was asking where the
Right,
hell he was at. So I think they must have brought him in and basically read the
and
riot
checked
act
it.
to his
Yeah,
ass. Exactly.
sure. You know, so when you're in China, they watch every single thing you do, and if you say something that offends the system, they don't wait for you to get home to pick you up.
No, they'll come
They'll
get you.
pick you up at the red light on the corner of Fifth and Main. You know what I'm saying? They want to make an
Yeah,
example out of you and let everybody see that, hey, we got our finger on you all the time. You know,
absolutely.
now that's what the monster became. But what was it? You know, if we look at it objectively in terms of turning around a situation, okay, not I don't want I'm not trying to focus on the negative parts of it or whatever. I'm just talking about, okay, if you want to turn a situation around, what do you have to do? You have to make a major impact on the children,
Yeah,
the itty bitties, the 3 year olds, 4 year olds, 5 year olds. You know what I'm saying? You have to make them like
yeah, straight
like
out
it
the
has to
womb.
make them sick. Yeah,
Yeah,
you know, it has to. If something is destructive to them, to their communal brothers and sisters and everything, in any way, shape, or form, it doesn't matter if somebody that looks like them is doing it or somebody that doesn't look like them is doing it to them. But if they see it and they see this is against this prime directive that was instilled in me when I was 2, 3, 4, 5 years old, and it makes me sick, they're gonna reject it
so will.
instead of falling in line with you know
The
with the
trend,
generation that's right in front of them, the
yeah,
trend
the trend.
that is that is destructive. You see, so now that's what's going on with us now is that we fall in line with whatever foolishness, the most foolish thing that's happening right in front of us, and then we add some more foolishness onto it, and we are spiraling out of control, you know, uh, to destruction.
Yeah, that's why the smart ones among us, or what I say, the brilliant ones among us, we got to separate at this point. Because if you don't separate yourself, and we notice that our people are spiraling down into destruction. When you spiral down, you create a funnel, a wind funnel that will pull everybody down with it. So I'm saying, hey,
Yeah.
we should separate, and the best way to do that is go to a place where one, we accept it, and two, the people are not spiraling out of control, and that they have some semblance of respect, culture, history, language, food, camaraderie, patriotism, where we can assimilate into the majority and be unmolested in our creativity. And we know we are creative people because of what we've been forced to deal with here. So we have to figure all different types of manner of how to get around this system so we can carve out somewhat of an existence for ourselves. So just imagine when we ain't got to do that. Man, sky's the limit. I don't think, hell, the heavens are the limit.
Mhm.
So that's what I'm promoting for folks to see, because um, you don't need a lot. You can get over there with just a little bit. But as long as we got a village mentality, that's why I'm so big on it, because I saw a lot of folks over there that's from here, but I see certain patterns reoccurring over and over again when I run into folks over there. And what I see is
Mhm.
struggle.
Yeah.
Mm.
That's that's what I see. I see struggle, and I'm thinking like, because I'm like, okay, let me kind of analyze. Because remember, I'm going there to visit on my own dime, so I want to just see how, if I came right now today, could I survive? That's what I was looking at. So when I started seeing and encountering other African American people from all over the states over there in Africa, I wanted to see like what are they doing? Do do they seem happy? Are they getting out of this what they want to get out of this? Are they
Yeah.
building? And what I saw was a lot of folks have places that they built their places or whatever, and most of the folks are pretty much retired. It's not necessarily any young folks like around Joe age. Most everybody's older. Okay, 40, late
Uh-huh.
40s, 50s, 60s, and 70s. So it's mostly like
Right.
retirement age right now. So folks are not really trying to do much. That's why I keep saying we are the new elders, the folks who's coming over in this wave of Pan Africanism. We are the new elders, and we have a different
Yeah.
focus. I don't want to go there to retire. I want to go there and build. I can retire later.
And Bill, yeah. Then.
You know what I mean? And like I
Mm-hmm.
say, like
Yeah.
you said
Hmm.
before, some of the things that we need now for like utility sake, you know what I mean? Bus
Hmm.
service. Just go there and create a bus
Right.
service. it
Right.
ain't gotta be no huge factory and all that. Something that simple
Right.
because folks ain't really they don't
Yeah.
have that. If I'm trying to get from one part of the
Yeah.
country to the next, man, it's gonna be hard.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a good one. That's a good one.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. And that's what Marcus Garvey was talking about.
Yeah, we don't need no big old conglomerates right off the bat. Hell, uh, I'm a vegetarian. Been a vegetarian 16 years. I go over there and order a salad. They look at me like, man, that's you asking us to do something that we don't know how to do. I'm like, man, if you don't go
Right.
back there and get me a salad,
Hmm.
you don't want to see the green. You don't want to see the green me.
Yeah. Yeah.
You don't want to see
Yeah.
that incredible Hulk me if you don't go back there and make me something to eat, man.
But you
I
you but you was in our places over there though. You was in
yeah,
like the mom and pop African spot, right?
yeah,
And
yeah,
asked for a
absolutely.
salad. You wasn't like at the hotel
No, no, the
asking for
hotel,
that.
the hotel will give me what I because they're I'm paying
Yeah.
I pay like I weigh, so they're gonna go back there and make something happen. If they got to run down to the market, they'll catch the the KK down to the market and buy me some stuff and bring back and make it.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? But now if I go to a mom and pop
Yeah.
joint, yeah, all bets are off.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Right. Right.
So we
That
will
just
have
ain't
to
on the menu.
yeah, it just ain't on the menu because they don't champion vegetables that way. So first of all, they don't grow some of the varieties that we used to. So the minute I get there stationary, the first thing I'm gonna do is start growing those varieties that we grown accustomed to here that they don't have there, right? And to be able to offer some of
Uh-huh.
these things that we're used to that they don't necessarily have there and try to introduce it to them as well as have something for us because I noticed that when on these trips we bring a lot of vegetarians, okay? Or we bring a lot of
Right. Yes. That's
plant-based
big.
diets, right? A lot of
Right.
folks that are not eating
Right.
a lot of meat. Remember, this is an older crowd. So folks are trying to get over these ailments. They're trying to get their health back, right? So they're scaling back with meat. And since I know this is the trend, I'm like, let's just come and start a little restaurant. It ain't even got to be a restaurant. We could get a bike and build a cart on the front of a bike, and it would jump off the chain because folks are already accustomed to buying from these type of setups. Then you could
Right.
throw that into an actual a chain of restaurants that you could do not only in Sierra Leone, that could be across all of West Africa. Because guess what? In them other cities and countries where our people have landed, who are looking for business opportunities, hell, we can slide over to the Gambia and folks over there that ain't got these type of restaurants. Hey, we could introduce that to them. Hey, look, this is what we're doing. We could go over to Ghana, same thing. We could go to Liberia, Nigeria. We go to any of these places and bring that alternative because
Hmm.
they like I think a few places are starting to get the trend and they're bringing in these vegan and vegetarian spots now, but they're still not doing it to the level that we have here in the state. You come to Chicago, man, we got some vegan joints and vegetarian joints that's off the chain.
Hmm.
Meat
Okay.
eaters in there. Hey, meat eaters are in there all day long, every day, just because they
Yeah.
want to break. They want to break from eating meat and they want to scale back their meat consumption, and they're more health
Right.
conscious now. You know what I mean? So then we talk about
Right.
herbs. That's another thing that I don't see and like you go to certain countries, you'll see the health food stores. Then you go to other countries, it's almost non-existent, and the people are sickly. Like when I go to the hospital, it's another thing I see. A lot of folks are in there for stuff that is treatable by herbs at home. So we didn't lost our way in respects to that. Now you go to Ghana, we got places over there where we grow moringa, neem, sarsaparilla, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
But now, but now is that being distributed throughout the whole country? No, it's only in certain
Did you go
parts.
to brother? Did you go to brother David and them spot over there? The Hebrew brothers that's been they've been there, man, since I think
Where are they
they've
at
been
though?
there two or three decades in Ghana. They got a farm over there. They was I don't remember the name of the movement, but I remember
I want to say
the
no,
leader
but go ahead.
the leader at the back in the day was Ben Ami,
Okay, yeah,
and that's what I was going to point out to brother Joe to brother Joe is that brothers
Uh-huh.
and sisters have been doing this kind of thing for a long time with varying levels of success, and we need to network with them brothers. I was watching an interview that brother I believe his name is David, elder brother. He's been in Africa a long time, and he turned me on to uh bitter leaf,
okay,
so I'm growing bitter leaf, and that's going to be one of my products that I want to roll out with. you know
okay,
um I'm growing, I'm in the process right now propagating a lot of bitter leaf, and I started with one plant and have propagated it to 100 plants, and I really believe in the
what's the
in
benefit of it?
in the benefits. Well, it's sort of like it's okay. Have you heard of uh, wormwood, also called sweet anise, or the product that they were claiming in Madagascar was the cure for COVID? That's all the same. That's all the same product. So it's a for the brothers and sisters out there that are into the herbs. You have certain herbs that they qualify as bitters,
Yes,
and this herb is a vegetable and an herb bitter. So in West Africa they use it. They use it for making soup, stews, drinks. And brother David said he believes that it benefits you in your intelligence. He said the people
really.
in Nigeria and in Cameroon, they eat a lot of this bitter leaf, and he believes that has contributed to their intelligence. He says that they are very intelligent people, and he thinks the bitter leaf has helped them with that. It has a lot of the quinine type properties, so it's anti-malaria type type of herb. It
Okay,
has it has all of the different anti-inflammatory effects, in your body. I take When I walk out the house, sometimes I just take a leaf off the plant, put it up in my mouth and chew it, and it is bitter, but my sinuses clear up,
okay,
you know, when I
Mm.
when I take that. So uh it's a it helps your stomach. It's anti parasites. It's just an amazing plant. And again, as I'm agreeing with you, brother, it's these are the needs, these are the need based industries that
absolutely.
we need to be in, and we need to be in them in a grassroots way, growing towards the major side. So like you say, we can start with the small but effective scale, and then grow.
Absolutely. That's exactly what I'm
Yeah.
saying. We both agree, and that's where we come in, and that's where we can help each other as well. Because I was looking at Walter Meyer's channel, I want to say a couple of days ago, and he had a brother on there that was born in Accra, Ghana, and he went to school. I think he said in the UK or whatever, and no, he came to America, and he was working on Wall Street, and he decided, you know, man, this country is jacked up. It ain't the land of milk and honey, and dollars is just falling from the sky like most people think over there. So he decided to go back to
Hmm.
Ghana. He decided to go back to Ghana after he, woke up from drinking the Kool-Aid and decided, uh, just trying to debate on what he was going to do. So he got off into real estate with his pops, and then from that, somehow
Hmm.
he got off into rice cultivation. And
Mm.
the brother, man, I don't know if y'all seen it, but the brother just uh, hit freaking gold mine with rice production because, of course, they buy. The Africans, we love some rice, so they ordering rice from China and from all over the world. Why I don't understand
Yeah,
because I guess because it's hard work or whatever. But the brother say saw a need, and from just that grabbed a few acres, and now he's up to almost, he didn't want to say, but Guatemala says probably somewhere near 10,000 acres, and they're going to be
yeah, yeah,
producing
yeah. I gotta watch that one.
they're going to be producing everything under the sun. He said it, rice juice, which I never heard of.
Me
um,
neither.
all different types, short grain, long grain. Then
Yeah,
they're doing vegetables, they're doing sweet potatoes, they're doing lettuce, they're doing this, that. With 10,000 acres, man, you talking freaking gold mine.
oh
And
yeah,
people
man.
and
Shoot,
people
we
Yeah.
can
thinking
totally.
people thinking that they're gonna be poor. I'm gonna be a poor farmer. You crazy? You gonna be rich as hell. They didn't turn that narrative that somehow farmers are broke. They did that so you wouldn't go into it so they could import rice and lettuce and sweet potatoes.
Yep. Makes
Yeah, and so they
sense.
can steal your land in this country. We've lost so much land because we hate the land. We hate being associated, with the land. And I want to bring this up too. Uh, Southern University in Baton Rouge
Hmm.
has an absolutely awesome online program educating brothers and sisters on how to
Good night. Good
garden.
night, Nori. Go ahead.
And good night, fam. Uh, and I want to encourage y'all to go to Southern University's website, go to the agricultural department, and sign up for these courses.
They
Okay,
on they online.
uh, they're online, and
Okay.
and you when the course happens, you go twice a week. For about an hour. You sit in the class and participate, and they teach you a lot of different concepts and whatnot, and they give you a certificate at the end. And even if you don't use it, the deal here is, see, this is where practical pan-africanism comes in. By you participating in the course in large amounts, that helps them to get the funding to continue to do what they're doing and do more, because they can show that not only is there an interest in the state, but there's an interest in the nation, and there's an interest in the world. So if you're watching Go Ham's videos and you from Sierra Leone, guess what? Get with Southern University and get you a certificate. In it's not just gardening. If you need the restaurant, if you're in the United States and you need a restaurant safety certificate that you done took the course on how to handle food in a safe way so you can open up your restaurant, they teach that online.
Oh, that's
You
That's right.
know,
Yeah, that's good there, boy.
they got a yeah, they got a lot of different courses, and you know, we need to take advantage of those types of things. But we have this hate relationship with agriculture, and even like right now, if I was to try to grow rice, soybeans, corn, something like that, and I was growing 1,000 acres of it, that might make, you know, $200 an acre,
Hmm.
right? Because that's the way that commodity works. You got to have, you know, uh 2,000 acres or better to make enough money growing that to stay in that business, right?
Right, to
But
justify
now you
being
got
open. Hmm.
right, you got this guy in New York off the Never Sink River. He has a farm called Never Sink Farm. Anybody can go on YouTube and look up his story. On an acre and a half, he's doing $350,000 a year, and mostly what he does is tomatoes.
Really?
Yeah,
See, that's what I'm
you
talking
know,
about.
you got people that's growing, you know, different things. There's a guy named Joel Salatin. You know, he specializes in leasing land and running animals through it, and then, you know, organically, and then butchering those animals and selling them at a premium. So he's not selling the chicken to me because I don't buy a $27 chicken, right?
Right.
But the people that buy a $27 chicken, they buy it from him.
Okay. Hmm.
So
Yeah.
he butchers 150 chickens. You know what I mean? He done made $4,000. You
Yeah. Yeah.
know,
That's what I'm
so
saying.
and right, and so there's another video brothers and sisters can watch of. This is a guy in Africa, and I think that this brother is either from the United States or he's from the UK. But he's a brother of African descent, and he's doing the tilapia farming,
Okay.
and he's doing good with that business over there.
Yeah, I'm sure because the way they eat fish, oh my God, they eat fish
Right,
like it's going out of
he's doing
style.
super good.
Fish
Yeah,
and rice,
uh, I
those are the main staples,
he's
and of course cassava.
he started with a mud hole type you know, pond over there, and he did real well with that. And I think now he's actually farming them in nets in a lake. You
Okay.
know, so but again, if you look up, Kenya has a lot of agricultural videos. You know, they call it in Kenya. I think not just Kenya, but I believe this is a Swahili word for farm is a shamba, right?
Okay.
They're very much tied to the land, and over there, agriculture is making millionaires, and I'm talking about in the, you know, and they're selling local, like they're not shipping stuff to
No,
Europe.
that was the other part I was going to
They're
add about
getting
that watermelon with the guy with the rice. He he is keeping
yeah
that rice there in Ghana, and he was saying people are saying that they didn't want to buy the rice because they assumed that it was coming from somewhere else and that it was too expensive for them. I was like, wow.
yeah yeah yeah. I got a rice, man. I got a rice that I can't find the seed, but I'm in a place to where I can actually grow it out and get the you know, I'm basically going to be growing it out to produce more seed, and hopefully it's still viable. But you know, there's a lot of brothers that are on the vanguard with that are brothers from the diaspora that are over there, and they're doing the work, and we need to connect with them brothers, like the ones that I already mentioned. but also
Mm-hmm.
Kashawn Myers is doing great work in terms of seeds and agriculture with non-hybrid varieties. You know, brother Timdry, who drove from Great Britain all the way to Gambia and Guinea-Bissau. You know, he actually drove his car all the way from Great Britain
Really?
to Gambia and Guinea-Bissau, and he does these 360-degree videos. He's spelled Temdri, Timdry World, and but what he's doing, one of his initiatives is he's trying to secure indigenous non-hybrid seeds and spread them throughout the Gambia and Guinea-Bissau so they can push out the hybrid seeds that the African farmers are becoming dependent upon. He's trying to
Mm-hmm.
encourage them to grow the seeds where that are open pollinated, where you don't have to worry about continuing to go buy seeds because when you grow a hybrid,
Yeah,
you're
you got to
not
continue to plant.
guaranteed,
Yeah.
yeah, to get the same thing that if you try to plant from those seeds. And these people are so devilish, Monsanto and
Mm-hmm.
some of the other ones, that they produce these seeds that you can't even grow from the next year.
Yeah,
It
season
won't
to season.
produce.
That won't produce.
Yeah, you know. So um, in Haiti, they turned away. A lot of the farmers turned away the Monsanto seeds for that reason.
Mm-hmm.
Philippines, they did the same thing because it was messing up the environment. It was affecting other plants that had nothing to do with, you trying to grow some corn and your banana trees die. How does that work?
Mm-hmm. Right. Or
Mm.
You know,
the bees are dying.
right. You know, so so there's a lot of brothers that are doing great work in that space, and and
Yeah,
it
let me
makes
say
me
this
feel
before
good.
yeah, let me say this before I
No, go
forget.
ahead.
Now, if you go to Ghana, in the middle of the country, well, sort of toward the middle, um, in Techiman in Ghana, they have a permaculture farm where you can go there and study right on the farm, and you can live on the farm and study of the different varieties. And they don't use all the GMO and all that stuff. They don't use the hybrid seeds, and they're growing everything right there on the farm. And you can stay there on the farm. I think they have like a two-week class. Y'all have to look it up because I can't remember the name of it. But it's in the Techiman
Yeah,
region of Ghana, and you can pay. I think it's only like $200 for two
yeah, that's
months to
nothing.
get a to get a to get a degree, not a degree, certificate. So
Certificate, yeah.
it is a lot of places in Africa, and that's another thing while we're speaking about these particular subjects that you can go and get a college degree for what it would cost to go to college here, really for one calendar year. So whatever the tuition,
Wow.
probably less than that. I've heard, depending on what kind of degree you want, you pretty much can probably get away with just paying probably one semester, maybe a semester and a summer semester would get you a whole 4 year degree over there in any subject. Okay, so if
Yeah,
if if we feel, because I feel college here is basically been turned into a a hellhole would be nice, a hellhole,
In
right?
1.25
You can
miles,
we can
take
go over
exit
there
4 right to I-75
and go
North,
to
then
school
keep right.
for I mean, a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of the cost. Any subject, stay on campus, all that. So I do plan to take a few classes once we're there on the ground with boots on the ground. I will be going to school, taking a few classes there. mostly I'm probably gonna do building trades. I might take brick mason and something like that, carpentry, because that's just something I'm good. Some of them
Yeah.
things I'm good with at anyway to go along with my industrial welding, right?
Uh-huh.
Which would
Oh, that's
be,
fire there, bro.
you know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
these things are
Yeah.
really, really cheap. So for folks who don't have a lot of money, right? You can look into some of the universities over there, see what programs they have, try to get an idea of what the cost actually is, and then you
Take
could
the
probably
Hmm.
exit
go
to the
over.
right.
And
On
since
75
and
north,
since
take the
apartments are really cheap, you could probably pay up an apartment for about a year and pay your tuition, right? And probably do
Hmm.
that with just a meager salary here. You could do that working at McDonald's here.
75 north.
So
Mm-hmm.
we can't. We really
I,
have no excuses. But I just want to put that out there so
yeah,
folks can know, because I don't think pretty much I don't think a lot of folks been speaking about this. So I want to kind of bring that up because when we there, we do tour some of the universities, right? And folks was asking these particular questions when we was on the college, particular college campuses. And so for folks who feel that you just can't get a
Continue
fair
on
shake
75.
here in America, if you could save up enough money for about 2 or 3 years, you could go over there and pretty much get a 4 year or even a 6 year degree, depending on what you want to do. Or if you want to go into farming, they have those studies there. You can stay on campus, or you could just rent an apartment and probably 3 years salary here. You could do all that over there and be good when it's all said and done.
that's amazing, man. That's amazing. Uh,
So you're not stuck.
you
If
know,
you think you're stuck, you're not really stuck.
I can tack a little bit, man. You know, I mean, I do some welding, but like my partner say, I do that old booger welding, man. You know what I'm
Oh
saying?
yeah, yeah. Your shit be looking
I do
like
that
a
old,
big
I do
big
that
ass
old,
snot ball.
yeah.
I
That's
know
me, bro. I
exactly
ain't
what you're
gonna
talking
lie.
about. Hey, that's how it was when I
Yeah,
first
I ain't gonna
started.
lie.
So
Yeah.
I know exactly what you're talking about when I first started. Yeah.
Yeah,
Now it's been some years since I welded, but I ain't forgot.
yeah.
And now I get a
I
chance
got
to
a stick
use those
welder and
skills.
a MIG welder.
Oh, well, you good. You got the
Yeah,
equipment. That's the main thing. That's like my brother Prince. He's a Jamaican. He has all the equipment too. So he's going over. Um, and so we're gonna be doing a lot of teaming up. So and that's gonna be a way to kind of take the pressure off individuals who don't really have everything, figured out. Some of us are going ahead
right,
and we want to work together. So, we're gonna do some work on each other's homes. Like I say, he's thinking about container homes. My brother Bomani thinking about container homes, and so am I. So um,
yeah,
we're trying to make that be like something that we're bringing because the continent already has them, but they don't have them in large quantities, right? And they don't have
Yeah.
whole
right,
subdivision. They don't have whole subdivisions of these containers. That's what I'm saying. Like we have our skills. We got people with all these particular skills. So now all we need to do is be able to go and
right,
negotiate, right, and bring them costs down. Not only for ourselves, for folks coming behind us who don't have a lot of money.
Yeah.
right, right. Well,
Cause you know I'm a
and like
weld
we talked
too.
about before, it's a speed thing. Oh, you
Yeah,
weld too, Joe?
Yeah, yeah, that's all.
yeah,
That's what
yeah,
I do. My
yeah. He
thing. I've
wells
been
too.
welding for about
Oh, okay.
15, 20 years. That's what I do.
Yeah,
Yeah. Hey, look, that's a big, that's a big time skill for Africa when you start talking about the container homes, and they don't do a whole lot of, to my understanding anyway, they don't do a whole lot of wood framing. It's a lot of stone, it's a lot of
yes.
metal. You know what I mean? And so that's a huge skill.
That's why I
Uh,
said carpentry. That's the main reason why I said carpentry because I didn't see a lot of stick
mhm,
homes or wood
yeah,
homes.
yeah. I'm a journeyman. When it comes to carpentry, I'm a journeyman. You know what I'm
Okay.
saying? I think at this point I can consider myself, at least a journeyman. But but I'm not a mason. I can't. I'm not a bricklayer. You know,
Yeah,
I
but
can't
we gonna
really.
learn how to make bricks. We gonna learn how to make bricks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, now I'm down to learn everything.
I've
Now
done it a little bit.
I'm down to learn everything. Yeah.
Because
I can.
that's
I can
other that's
plumb. I can do
yes.
electrical. Yeah.
Because
Um.
that's ultimately where it comes down. Because remember now, a lot of us are going back, so we're seeing housing problems. It's not enough housing.
Yeah.
So for folks who
Yeah.
looking for what you're gonna do, because there's no job, so you got to come there with what you're gonna be able to do. So since I'm pinpointing the need, right? We need restaurants because folks are turning vegetarian and vegan or whatever. We need housing. We need more varieties of foods that we need to grow. We need more alternative medicines or herbs because the healthcare
Right.
system is overrun with all these ailments that could be solved with just herbs, right? So some of
Yeah.
these things are the things that we could come in and fill those gaps. I'm not trying to be in every freaking industry. That's why I don't mind sharing. We need this for the people. I ain't trying to keep all this to myself.
We need it.
See?
We need at least in each community where we are over there. We need at least a hot shot level flatbed setup truck. We need somebody providing that.
Yeah.
You got a 40-foot float, you know what I'm saying, and a one
Yes.
ton and a 1 ton 4-wheel drive pickup because we going off road most of the time. We're going off road. But that guy, he can move the containers. He can move or lady, they can move the containers. They can move the equipment. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
If Joe gotta get his track hoe from
Mhm.
one community to another community, you know what I'm saying? Then
Yeah.
that's how you move it. You know what I mean? Um, so that's the realm that we have to think in is okay, problem solving, nation building, necessities, and doing it from a grassroots standpoint, whether you buy it there or you
Take
ship it
4
there.
miles to exit 61.
The problem has got to be solved.
Mm-hmm. And to me that's where we have these discussions where it works at because a lot of folks are just basically showing up and just trying to figure it out. And what I see is they get over there, they haven't really planned. They really didn't have these particular groups because a lot of folks are older, so they're not really with the YouTube space. They're not really with the Instagram space. Uh, Barely on Facebook. So they just decided, hey, I'm sick of America, tired of America. Boom, we up out of here. They get over there and realize that, oh wow, they're basically overwhelmed with the need, right? So they don't know where to
Yeah,
start. It seemed like to me, I could be wrong, but it seems like they just don't know where to start. So they just do something just to kind of make sense. Uh, but to have something really set up, I don't really see that. I don't really see that. Everybody's spread out all throughout the country, and they come together. We just having fun, but I'm more so like want to come. Like if you see the Mexicans when they come up here, like if they come to Chicago, they have a Mexican community to go to.
Yeah.
mm.
You see what I'm saying?
and they and
Yeah.
they and they and what industries do they deal in building, which is a need.
Yeah. All
Yeah.
right. They
See,
sure do.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they
we need
they
the same
dominate
thing.
coast to coast. They
Yeah,
dominate building.
yeah.
Yep.
You
And if
know,
you go to certain
the
parts,
Hispanic brothers and sisters.
Take exit
especially out
68
west,
on the
they
right
got the
to
road crew.
I-70
I
West.
think the Albanoy Devils is deciding to give them the road construction. You go out west, that's all I see.
Well,
You
you
go,
can't. You can't. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
yeah, I'm gonna say I'm not mad at them. Cause when you go to the
No, me
south,
neither.
you go to the south, you see us. on the road construction. You go Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia,
Hmm.
right? Louisiana, Tennessee.
Yeah.
You see us on the road construction, so I ain't got no problem with it. I'm just saying this is what they seem like they're giving them out west,
In
uh,
2 lanes.
as well as a few other things.
Well,
And it's like the
it's
Midwest.
smart, man.
You said what, Joe?
It's like
Midwest
to
what?
me, it's like that in the Midwest too. You see more Mexicans and whites doing the construction, the road work and stuff.
Yeah, so it's like
So
a
Joe,
couple.
you do structural and pipe, or just
I
structural, or
just
just pipe?
I
What kind of
done
weld?
I done structural high pressure gas caps, uh
Wow.
thinness of the thin paper thin steel. I've done
Come
stainless
on, man.
steel, some MIG aluminum, bronze. You know, I've done a little bit of everything. You know, I'm a contract welder, so I traveled that well. You know, if I had to, if I would have liked
Man.
to, I could have left here and went to China and welded. You know, it was like that. You know,
Wow.
Man, I know they were bringing in cats from the Philippines over here to work on these plants because they couldn't get that level of technical welders uh, to work on some of their systems in these chemical plants, over here where I'm at on the Gulf Coast. And so they were bringing in these guys from overseas, Philippines, Indonesia, places like that. Uh,
but more likely, I think they
uh,
probably was getting extra money for them bringing them over here. There's people that can do that work. It's just who's who and what's what. But what people don't understand
right.
about the
I
welding
believe that.
industry, you know what I'm saying, is it's really a dominant white and the Mexican kind of deal. And the black brothers or who are of color are just scratching and fighting their way to get in. So in that industry, sometimes it ain't what you know, it's who you know. Is you with the
Absolutely.
right
Yeah.
company, the company, that the staffing company like Tradesman International, America Force, MK Industries, to put you in those positions. But like I say, a lot of them people is mostly whites and Mexicans that's over those situations, or Puerto Ricans or Cubans and things of that sort. Just like for the
Hmm.
shipyards, willing at the one that's what Newport, Virginia, and down in Florida and Mississippi. You know, you go to those places, you're gonna see
Right.
brothers there, but you're gonna see a lot of white, a lot of Puerto Ricans, Cubans, and you know, it's just a handful of Africans here and there. You know what I'm saying? So it's what you know, and then it's who you know too. It just ain't easy
Right.
where you can just jump up and just go get those jobs. You really have to be qualified. You got to be certified. You got to go in there and take the test. And plus, like I say, when you're a contract welder, you got to pay for your hotel room for that week or two right up front. I get in there, and this white guy might be racing, and you don't went and paid almost $1,500 for 2 weeks, and then this dude just on the strip just failed your test.
Oh, wow.
I mean, I seen it happen to people. I done had a guy, I know I passed the test, but they didn't want to pay me the top dollar, so they purposely failed me because I was a young black dude coming in there making more than they was making. But what could I do?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier, wasn't it?
Yep.
That's
Yep.
what I was talking
Yep.
about
Yep.
earlier,
Yep. Yep.
Joe. About we having the generations before us didn't really build nothing for us. So of course we got to go to these people for employment, and it's like, hey, they get mad at us if we don't go out and try to assert ourselves in somebody else's culture, which is absurd to me. Why don't you go get a job? What? Why you haven't created a job for me to work?
Yeah.
You're gonna tell me to go out and get a job with my enemy. Now I gotta go over here and code switch.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta go here and
Well, that's
code
what's so
switch,
beautiful.
you know?
That's what's so beautiful about Africa is that there's no crutches.
Yes,
You know what I mean? The training wheels is off.
absolutely.
So you got to get yourself right before you go there. My elder, he was a tradesman. you know. And I grew up in the trades, but you know, not not as a primary, so not in the actual, you know, framing and the building side of things, but in a support industry to it. And
Okay.
but he was you know, capable of building. And so it was him that he explained to me that we have to know it, like not just certain people, but everybody has to know how to build.
Yes.
Everybody has to know how to farm. Everybody
Yeah.
has to know uh you know, basic herbal medicine. Not to the level of a doctor, but you have to have some saturation in that. You know,
Yep.
everybody has to have some mechanical skills. And you know, for years I
We
was
had
like
all
kind of
that. We had
negative
all
about.
that, but yeah, we
Oh
used to have
yeah, the
that, but we
previous
don't have it.
generation.
Yeah, yeah, we don't have it to that degree now. But go ahead.
For years, you know, I had the wrong perception of Booker T. Washington. You know, uh, I had sort of, you know, I kind of had the perception of Booker T. Washington, like he was, you know, he wasn't strong. He wasn't like a Marcus Garvey, right? And some brothers had to educate me about Booker T.
Yeah,
Washington.
he didn't have that fire,
You
but yeah,
know,
he was just as Pan African as anybody else.
Mm-hmm.
exactly. And you know, he was STEM before they called it STEM.
Hmm.
You know,
Yeah.
in terms, you know, he set up Tuskegee so that we could build the nation building uh skill set that we needed. And many, if not most, of the communities that were burned down, like Tulsa, Oklahoma, right? Many, if not most of them, were seeded by people who came out of Tuskegee's program,
Hmm.
you know, for nation building, you know, for us as a people. And that he actually, you know, funded Marcus Garvey. He actually gave
Yeah, he
money to
did.
Marcus Garvey, you know what I'm saying, without it being seen,
Hmm.
you know. And so
I heard
we
that.
got to get our mind, we got to get our mind right and our skill sets up, you know. And we gotta learn how to transform, like our, instead of, you know, going there and say, okay, whose project can I work on, you know, we also need to be thinking like, what projects can I initiate? Because like this brother here, there's a whole lot of simple systems that you help to install, that you weld on, that are processes in these different plants. When you start talking about these different vessels and things that you can weld on with these thin metals and specialty metals and this, that, and the other, you probably understand what that process is, and you may not even realize how much you know. You know, you can, you know, you can bring that there and do it in a simple way, not necessarily the big gigantic plant, but break it down, you know, break it
Yep.
down,
A lot of people don't
provide the finished
understand.
product, and go.
Go ahead.
No, go
A
ahead,
lot of
I'm
people
done.
don't understand. Yeah, a lot of people don't understand. Like when I welded high pressure gas caps, that was carbon steel and stainless on some pieces. Some pieces was all stainless. But you talking a high pressure gas cap. I had to stamp that with a special stamp that was my stamp. So if anything ever
Yeah,
happened to that gas cap
Yeah,
and
they could
blow up
trace
on
it back to
somebody,
you.
because yeah, that comes back on me. If I put a weak weld on there, so everything had to be 100%. You know, they had a company that would come from Japan called Yusaki or something like that. They would buy these special pieces from them that they use to put under the ground for their sewage system or something like that. I had to weld them up. They had to be X-ray. It could be no slag, no pinholes or nothing in there. And we
Mhm.
had the water
Yeah,
water pressure. So
like an
I'm Steven.
NDT type of X-ray.
Yeah, they had to get sure they cut. Hey, you can't walk over here. They block everything off. The dude put that stuff on there for the radiation, and you
Right,
can't even go over there. That's how serious it was. They X-rayed the whole piece. So
right,
like I say, welding. Some people just think, oh, it's just about dropping a little book of tack. It get real sophisticated. I don't went in
right,
shops and they had. I worked in one shop here in St. Louis where this machine washes the motors on the tractors. So it was a high pressure machine. Every wheel had to be perfect. Every wheel had to be checked. You know what I'm saying? I come in off the street, you know what I'm saying, and passing the air tight test just like that. A lot of them guys they didn't like that.
Of course
So
not.
they go most definitely aim to get me out the door because he coming in off the street, never worked in the shop, but they ain't understanding the level of welding skill that I had. So yeah, I got a lot to offer and everything, but I'm still a student.
Hmm.
yeah,
Yeah, well, it would definitely be appreciated over there because we're attracting. I guess it would be the law of attraction at work that we are attracting the type of people that we need. That's why I keep telling them people about what I'm trying to do and what I would like to see. Because what happens is if you keep putting that out into the universe, if folks understand how the universe works, it's like a lake. So if I throw these statements out, it's like throwing a rock in the middle of the lake and having those ripples go to the outer parts of the universe. But when they bounce off the edge of the universe and come back, they pick up speed, and then it also attracts the type of people that we want so we can get these things accomplished. So since I've started talking about this stuff, I've attracted so many people in the trades, it's ridiculous, that want to go there to help be about the building of the new Sierra Leone. And it's a beautiful thing, man. I just haven't been really harping
yeah,
about it because folks are still in the in between stage of making that transition. You see? But it's a beautiful thing.
yeah. Man, I tell you, bro. I'm gonna be doing some solar, inshallah, on my house here. You know, hopefully I'll finish it before the end of the year. But I'm gonna be putting all them videos up and stuff on my channel and my mindset of why I did it that way, and I'm gonna sort of tailor that for the Africa situation. Which is, off grid and combination where you getting you're getting grid power, but your solar is either most of your power or supplemental to your grid power. And so that's how I'm running my system. Um I'm on grid, but my solar will be most of my daytime power
Yes.
and supplemental, but I won't be back feeding to the grid. And the my reason is that in my state it doesn't pay to backfeed to the grid.
Yeah,
The
yeah. Yep.
salesmen sell you on that, on doing that, but you get 4.5 cents a kilowatt, and then they turn around and sell what you send back up there for like 16, because the what they charge is like 8 cents per kilowatt, but then they charge a fuel charge on top of that, which brings it up to like 16. So they're getting
Wow.
16 cents, and the solar, they didn't contribute nothing to the fuel on the solar. So that just ain't right. But anyway, what's important to us is brothers and sisters have an opportunity to see the solar installation, the the tie in to the inverters, the wire sizes that are being used, inverters that block the back feed if you're interested in that, the batteries, how to tie the batteries in and everything, how to count the amp hours so you know how much you're using and or how much you need to have in terms of battery backup, how you need to budget that. Brothers and sisters will get to see that, because one of our great flaws is we are so we are consumers to the hilt, and we don't like to understand how things work. But again, coming back to what my elder
Yeah.
taught, these are things that everybody needs to know. And my one of my favorite sayings is, you got to be deeper than a teaspoon. You know what I mean? We too
Gotta be
shallow.
deeper. It's gotta be deeper than a teaspoon. Hell yeah, I agree.
Yeah, we got to be deeper than a teaspoon, man. You know, and we somebody come to sell us something, and we sold on salesmanship, not even on substance, just on salesmanship.
Yeah,
So
flair.
we buy things, right, and we don't even understand what we bought in the first place. You know,
Hmm.
so I'm gonna be doing that, man,
That's a good thing now.
and I
Yeah.
think that's gonna help folks. I don't know what solar panels cost in Africa per watt.
I haven't did
Uh,
that, but I guess I could because we do pass by the shops where they're for sale. So maybe I might, now that we're talking about this, I might just have the driver spin me around there and go in there and ask a few questions so people can have an understanding of what that stuff costs. But that's the reason why I was saying before, like, if we was able to move into a community when we do go to do these negotiations with certain people, we'll be able to
Yeah.
negotiate
right,
a better price because we'll be in there as a collective buying, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of solar panels.
right, right, right,
It'd be much needed.
right.
You see,
Yeah,
that's how
that
I would like to move as a group. That way we can buy
right.
hundreds of everything we need to bring that cost down to make the cost for everybody inexpensive.
And we
See,
got these
it's
beautiful young minds, man, that we let them waste. They're wasting their minds on game hacks.
yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
these
but
these young
that's why it's
minds
left
need to
up.
be
That's
knowing,
why
need to be
it's
learning these
left up to
skills.
the elder folks. That's why we got to do it. That's why I keep
Yeah,
saying we the new elders. We the ones got to do this and show the young folks because uh, just telling them ain't gonna work.
yeah,
It's not gonna work. We if we show them and then bring them in so they can be hands on while we're doing the process and really explain to them what we're doing and why we're doing it. And like I say, get things back to the point where we're living for free and where actually our environment is paying us, right? That's what we got to do. Get it to
yeah.
where the environment
Drop
is
that
paying
bomb
us.
again.
Yeah, where the
Drop that
environment
bomb again.
is paying us. All we gotta do is be
Boom.
good stewards of the environment, and it's gonna pay us handsomely.
Right.
Show our young people that. Let's see you produce with this, right? You ain't
Yeah.
gotta be worried about going somewhere and getting a job. We're gonna teach you to use your mind to be creative. If you
Yeah.
feel that people are not giving you opportunities, hey, why don't y'all band together, get 5 or 6 of y'all to band together, right? And bring forth whatever you all decide to bring forth. Because I used to think of this
Right.
when I was a shorty, but the people I was around couldn't see it. But now it's a desperation in a lot of places. So now maybe we can introduce these type of ideas.
Yeah. And we got good examples. George Washington Carver.
Yes.
He used to show us how we can exhaust one particular
What's up,
item,
S?
one particular. agricultural item or whatever, we can exhaust its uses, into so many different things. So, he did a lot with the
Yeah, he did
peanut,
that, didn't he? He
uh,
did that.
yeah, and the soybean, and and brothers and sisters over there have a lot of different, products. We got to start thinking about those things, and how to run into those processes. And we you sometimes you talk about that with people and they kind of scoff at it. Well, you know a peanut, man, I mean, like, that wasn't practical, that wasn't useful, that wasn't this, that wasn't that. I said,
Shit.
man, do you know how many things hog is in?
Mm-hmm.
They got hog in everything.
Yeah, they do.
Mm.
Yep.
you know Shoot, you go in the hospital and get on an IV. They got hog in the
Man.
That's a new one. That's a new one to me. I ain't know that.
I didn't know that either.
Oh man, bro, it's crazy. It's crazy out here, bro. So
What
we
we
got to
got?
read. Like, I agree with what you said, brother. We the new elders.
Yeah, we
Even
are.
if you Joe's age, we
Yeah,
the
he the
new
new elder.
elders.
He the new
You
elder as
know,
well.
yeah,
If he could be around these
and we
spaces
got,
and he's willing to learn and he see where he could get in, hey, that's what we want because we all want the same thing, a brighter tomorrow, and we want to see our mother continent uplifted to her rightful place, and we got to do what we can to do that. That should be that should
yeah,
be our purpose. That's greater than ourselves.
yeah, yeah. I mean, well, even Joe, even just in your trade, you a master in your trade, bro. You not, because I was thinking, oh, this brother, he probably, structural or pipe. No, you look,
Oh,
that's
no,
that's
I
high school
welded
to you.
on
That's high school.
barges. I welded on water
Yeah,
towers. Up in the air with one
yeah,
grinder in the hand, hanging on to a ladder and strapped off. I done done I done done a lot of welding, man.
yeah,
Oh
Done
yeah,
a lot.
that's
yeah,
you would do just fine because I didn't do extensive like that. I did work in the steel mill as a welder, industrial welder, but the stuff they gave me was like I could weld that shit with my eyes closed. So I just got paid free money the way I was looking at it. Um, but we do have what we need to do the type of homes that I'm proposing because that's what I'm good at. And then if we did the things in bulk, because really the first thing we got to do is figure out where we're going to stay. Then it's okay, once we got that secured, and like I said, with the solar, that's where the solar would come in. The boreholes, I plan to go to Kenya so I can learn how to do the boreholes. Um,
Definitely one of them.
yeah, we definitely got to have access to fresh drinking water, solar, place to stay, water, and then from there, once those things are basically free for us, now that would free up people's income. So even if you was on a fixed income or you were just getting a little money back from here, you'll be able to sustain yourself with no problem. So now we can look outwardly. Okay, now what can we do, right, to make a difference, right, and then work from that premise. So that's the way it should have been. We should have been living for free, but the albinoid community has figured out a way to commandeer everything and make us pay just for living, existing, and that has stifled a lot of our creativity. Would you agree?
Yes.
yeah. I do. And I have three different septic solutions for us.
Okay.
Um, and then I have a fourth one that that I
I've been
think
looking.
is
I've been
is
looking
going to
into
be
just
even
compost. I've been
more
looking at just
viable.
composting. But what you think?
Well, one thing is when you plumb your house, if it is The only thing that should be going to septic is the toilet.
True.
Okay, everything else you plummet to gray water.
Right.
So
Hmm.
your your sinks, and your tubs, showers, washing machine, all of that is going to gray water treatment, and which really is just a holding tank with an overflow to your gardens.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And so the only thing that you having to do any type of treatment on is just the waste that comes out your
The toilet.
body.
Yeah, from the
And
toilet.
you're right. And so simple leach field septic is really, really easy. You know, anybody can look that up. If you got, basic mechanical skills, you're going to understand, how that works. But just in short, the waste and the water that's with the waste goes into a tank. And then as that tank fills up, the idea is to size the tank large enough to where the feces and stuff settles to the bottom of the tank and is in there long enough to liquefy, and then overflow into another tank. And then when that tank overflows, it goes into your leach field, which is just pipes that are out in the ground in your yard, that have holes drilled in them, that leach that water into the to the ground. And
To the
then the
soil.
other version of that is right into the soil. The other version of that is basically with mechanical aeration. So you have an air pump that's bubbling the waste. So instead of it being eaten by bacteria in low oxygen, is eaten by a different type of bacteria that's in a higher oxygen environment, and it processes it faster. And so therefore you don't need the leach field. So when it goes from one tank to the other tank, then it overflows into uh, basically like a pump out tank, where the water that comes from that can go into any ditch, and it's not dangerous to the people. So that's the type of system that I have on my house. And for four people in the house, it's a 500. I think my tank is a 600-gallon tank, and it's got the aeration. But they have another system that they do, or it's actually two other systems that they do. But there's one that has like a solid core, and they use well, not solid, but anyway, it's coconut core. So brothers and sisters should look up the coconut core systems out there and try to get an understanding of how that works. But I believe in terms of mass scale community, that's a good system, because you
Which one? The
don't have to
coconut one?
plumb that waste. The coconut core is a good system because you don't have to plumb the waste to a central processing plant. Like I have a friend of mine, he builds subdivisions,
Okay.
and so they don't do individual septic. They plumb all the waste
What up,
to
Biz?
uh, uh, a central plant that is on one side of the subdivision, and that central plant processes everybody's waste. But when you have that coconut core system, it's more isolated. And instead of it being like my house, I could not plumb my house the way I'm saying, because we have codes here, and the codes don't allow me to do that. So all of my sinks, toilets, washing machine, all that stuff goes to my septic. But my septic would work a lot better if the only thing that was going there is the toilet. It's the toilet waste, because that's
Mm-hmm.
really what it's designed for. You know what I mean?
Right,
And
but you're getting a lot of water
as
with it.
far as
Yeah.
yeah, you're getting a lot of water, and then we use a lot of bleach. People in the West, we use a lot of bleach, and
Yeah, we
that
do.
bleach kills the beneficial organisms that break down the feces, right? And so you kind of fighting against yourself. But if you were just sending the toilet waste there, the system was specialized for that, you wouldn't have that issue. Now, if you got a little bit of land, this last one, it's not going to work on a city, on a city lot, 6,000 square foot, 5,000 square foot. It's not going to work on that. But basically, what they do is they put a series of like miniature ponds, and they grow water plants in those ponds, and your waste goes into the first pond, and just like with the other systems, the water flows from one pond to another pond, and the plants and the animals that are selected for the different ponds purify the water. So when the water comes off of the last one, that it's pure enough to where there's no pathogens in it, right? There's no disease causing pathogens in it, and the fecal count and all that stuff is pretty much nothing. And again, they size it based upon the number of people that's going to be using those toilets, number of people that live in those houses. So to me, the most viable one is the coconut core solution, and then after that, the aerated system, like what I have, on my house, uh, and then after that is the old school septic. As far as the composting toilet thing, that's also good, but you have to have a source of carbon, which would be like sawdust or something like that. You got to have a consistent source of carbon to cover your waste with, and that might not be, uh in other words, you got to kind of dumb things down for people, and or foolproof is a better way to say it. You got to
Yeah, there you go.
foolproof stuff, because we're talking about the possibility of people passing germs,
Yeah,
passing disease through improperly handling waste in the community. So, like I say, from my research, that coconut core is the kind of the best way to go, because it's got a built-in leach field. I really don't, from what I can see, it's really not that complicated. And I believe that they are adding the beneficial organisms into the core, like priming it before the first flush, right? And so from there on out, it's just like it does it automatically. You don't have to do anything else, you
once
know.
you set it up, you're
And
saying that you don't have to do anything else.
yeah, once you set it up, you don't have to do anything else, and it's perfect for, one or two bathrooms in a city lot type situation. The sanitation side of it is good, and like I say, everything else that you use water wise can go out on the ground. It's safe. It's not going to cause a problem. The only thing that might be an issue, or could be an issue, is the kitchen sink. But if you were that worried about that, then plumb the kitchen sink and the toilets together uh, to go into your septic system, and all other plumbing can go to the garden.
Yeah, I haven't really looked at, but just a little bit into that. But I did see some videos speaking on some of the things you're saying about using the gray water and these type of things. So yeah, we definitely will have to weigh the options. And I'm not sure of what the brothers and sisters are doing over there as of yet. And I know we're working with some of these ideas in Ghana. So as I get closer and closer to me leaving, I'm gonna get more off into that because we do need to figure out what situation we're picking to go with in the Ghana community. So it's good that you're saying it. You see, I was listening with rapt attention because I definitely need to be thinking about these things in the next few months.
Yeah. You see, the coconut core is a good look, man, because you got a lot of coconuts over there,
Yes, absolutely.
and I don't fully know all the qualities of coconut core, but I would bet that there are a lot of other fibrous plants that you could do the exact same type of technology with, or at the very least you could test it and compare. You know
Hmm.
what I mean? um it's all about understanding the science. Again, we have to be deeper than a teaspoon. We can't just be consumers of things. And also, coming back to the Chinese example, the Chinese are masters at reverse engineering stuff.
Yeah, they
They
are.
went for years. They still do that. They still do that. If there's some technology or something that somebody else has, look, they reverse engineer it. And if you're mad about it, they don't care if your head pop. It don't make no difference to them. Be
Oh
mad as you
no.
want to be. you
Yeah,
know?
yeah,
So we, nothing wrong with us, reverse engineering in them type of situations. Uh, if that's what we need to do.
yeah. I don't have a problem with that, and I'm sure we got brothers and sisters over there that'll help us do that because I haven't really even asked any questions concerning some of these issues when we over there, but now that we're discussing these things, I can put myself around folks that we need to start uh, interviewing while I'm there. All it would be is just a phone call, you know what I mean, and bust bust out my little duffel bag, and I'm sure we'll get any kind of answers we need.
Yeah, tenfold, tenfold. Yeah,
You
I
know.
got I got some stuff for us over there, brother. I got some AC solutions. Again, depending on your climate, if we know how many how many days out of the year we actually need AC, and what's the prevailing temperature in those months, and what size building we're gonna build. What's insulation gonna cost us, that kind of thing. I got some air conditioning solutions, man, that are really low power, man.
Yeah, well, we definitely would need some stuff like that as well because we're gonna do running mostly solar. Because remember, they don't have their own grid in Sierra Leone.
You know?
Really.
No, they don't. The grid, what they're doing is using power ships. I think they're from Turkey.
Mm.
Oh, off the coast,
Yeah,
off the coast, right?
they off the coast. Yeah, there's one on the one on one side of the country, then there's another one like mid state, something like that.
So how
Whereas
does that
another,
But
work?
Walter Maya had done a video. They got a cable that run from the ship onto the land that brings
exactly.
the power.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So we're
yeah, and
paying
that's
for
what
that,
plugs into
and
their grid.
the rest of the country is pretty much without power.
Yeah, yeah. Well, Walter Maya did a video on on a family business there in Ghana where they're making solar panels. But I think what they're doing is they're buying the cells and they're constructing the panels, at their plant there in Ghana, which is good. That's a step in the right direction. You know, I believe that there is a South African solar cell producer I don't have absolute confirmation on that. But again, all of the natural resources are there in the, the carbon and the silica and all of the aluminum, everything we need is
Yeah, it's
there
there. Yeah, it's
to
there already.
make our own solar cells in in Africa, and probably every single country in Africa can produce its own solar cells if they would devote state funds to developing that industry. But again, coming back to the Murtala Muhammad and Thomas Sankara type type energy in their governments, they have to do for the people, just because it's the right thing to do. This is what we're going to do so that we can develop our own solutions. But for right now, we gotta buy our solar panels from the east.
Yeah, we got to buy them now. But like I say, that's why we got to develop and become the economic powerhouse so we can do that. Because I think in order to get the government to buy into some of these things, it's so much that they're on their plate. Probably not gonna get a sympathetic ear. So a lot of these things we probably have to institute on our own.
Yeah,
It's a
yeah,
lot on their plate. So I could see, even though I've seen folks talking to them, it's like they'll listen, but guess what? Ain't nothing gonna happen.
right,
I've
right.
seen them
Well,
sit there and listen and listen and listen. And I get it. They got a lot of stuff on their plate. That's why it's a lot of room. It's a lot of room for us to come over there and just reinvent ourselves, right? Start small, do whatever
right,
we got to do. Buy from the Chinese, buy from the Turks, buy from the French, whoever we got to get stuff from in order to get started. But once we get that economic train running on all cylinders, and we become the giants that we need to become, now we can kind of do some things over there because we don't have any competition. Nobody's really thinking like this. Okay? Nobody's really thinking like this. When the
yeah,
Chinese get over there, they looking for stuff that they could do right away as well. You know what I mean? Shit, it's not like wealthy
right,
Chinese. It's not like the wealthy Chinese folks are moving over there. This folks has been able to put together a few dollars, and 4, 5 of them are coming over. It ain't the super wealthy Chinese coming over.
oh, that's right.
Yeah, ain't no super wealthy
Okay,
mega millionaire type Chinese. That ain't who I'm seeing over there. I'm seeing just dudes that get.
ah,
You see what I'm saying? Why would they come to? They going to Dubai. They going all over. They not coming to Africa to come to some village and get a little mine that was closed down years ago before the war. That ain't who coming over there.
yeah, you're educating me, brother. I never knew that, and I never thought about it from that perspective. That makes sense how you saying that.
Hmm. So we got a lot of room. That's why I say there's no need to worry about these other people. We go over there and do the things we need to do and do cooperative economics and group economics. Those people are in trouble. They are in trouble. They're not gonna see it coming. They're gonna underestimate us, right? They're gonna perceive us as a non-threat, right? Because we have been such a destructive and non-constructive people for so long. They're not gonna take us serious. So we could be right in their face doing the things we're doing, and they gonna not interpret it the way it should be interpreted. They'll let us grow unmolested, and before they know it, all of their little profits that they're trying to make will be, non and void, because they're not coming over there doing nothing major. They come over there, open up a grocery store. They come over there, open up a tire shop. They come over there and get abandoned mine that was abandoned before the war, right? They might come over and have a dentist joint. I've seen maybe one or two Chinese restaurants. They not doing, you see a few projects where they doing infrastructure, but that's on a bigger level. We ain't got to worry about that. We literally need them to be doing those infrastructure projects that's really big, because that help us to do the stuff that we need to do on a micro level. You see what I mean? So I'm not worried about I'm not worried about them other people. It's all about what we bring to the table and the technologies that we can borrow from that other people then put out all around the world. We have the access with the internet now to borrow from all these different technologies and come up with something that is new. That's why I said we got the opportunity to literally reinvent ourselves on the African continent unmolested. All these ideas we're talking about, if they're not there, we'll be the first to bring it there.
Hey, do they have any fabrication shops over there in Sierra Leone?
Say it again, Joe.
Do they have any fabrication shop, like a real fabrication shop that actually build with steel and producing the steel product, like
I-beams and stuff like that?
Metal, columns.
I would think they do, but I'm not sure. I would think they do, but I'm not sure, because, of course, when I was over there, I was turned up. You know what I mean? So I was. I wasn't. I was so busy just having fun. So now I can start looking at things differently, because I've had fun now. So now it's time to be a little bit more into the business aspect of this. So that's where my headspace is at right now. That's why I say this trip is going to be pleasure and business. But that's the reason why we need, people to participate and come over, because, we need help coming up with all these different answers and questions or whatever. Because I have my way of looking at it and what I'm thinking, and other folks have good ideas. And so we need everybody to participate in this. That's why it has to be a group effort.
The only reason why I said that, I found the website where you can buy the blueprints to build cranes, containers. Man, I think you can even, they even got prints to build a tank if you wanted to. You know what I'm saying? So on the container home side of everything, we don't have to buy those little raggedy containers that they do. We can just get the sheet metal and everything. They're not even hard to build. They're just making a box.
So you're saying build them instead of buy them?
Yeah. It would be a whole lot easier. Because now, you're dealing with fresh material. And then you can build it and make it the way you want. Instead of one container, you maybe just build two containers all in one.
Yeah, I've seen that, because now as you say that, I have seen a few videos. I think is somebody's mouth right close to that speaker? I hear that noise in the background.
Might be me, man. Hold on a second.
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, it is. Is it a fan or something?
No, man. I'm horizontal now, man. So
okay.
My sleep breathing might be kicking in.
I know I hear it sounds like breathing. But yeah, to your point, Joe, you're right. I did see some companies now that's taking a container and cutting out a whole side and extending it out several feet. So you could take one container and cut out the sides and extend it out on both sides to make that one container a lot bigger. So it would be like a deluxe studio.
Yeah.
One 40-foot container, high cube, can be converted into a deluxe studio, but you don't have that claustrophobic feel. And so I
Cause
think
if
that
you
would
just
be something that
oh yeah,
we could actually do and build into a lot of these structures. So yeah, that's where we'll do a lot more welding, right, and a lot
mm-hmm.
more fortifications. So it's still pretty easy way. Just regular meg with stick welding.
Yeah, just a straight MIG. Cause you, like I say, at the end of the day, you build it. It's not hard. You lay your battle piece. You make your holes for it. You don't use a forklift. In our case, it might be a crane. Might have to get the tires or whatever to move it around. And well, you can use L dogs and stuff to move it around. After that, once you put the sides up and put the jig to hold the sides up, that's
Uh
pretty
huh.
much it. With the top on it, welded, you ain't even got to drop no perfect welds. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about far as they ain't got to be like circular all the way through. You can just crank that MIG machine up and run a good down pass on it. And I know you will. You know when you weld a down pass and you a good welder, it's gonna get it done quick.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. So yeah, these are some of the things we're gonna be looking at. Then we could be able to teach some of the brothers and sisters uh, that want to help with the project, which would be good because to me that's the way to go to build a sustainable community where we living for free. This ain't been done, to my knowledge. Come on, man, you creeps from behind me. Yeah, that's got to be you, buddy. That
It's still
breathing.
doing it.
Yeah, I
It's
hear
still
it.
doing it.
It had went away.
I got my headset. I got my headset pointing up in space now.
Oh, I don't know. It just seemed like I could hear it all of a sudden when before we wasn't hearing it. Hey, brother, he
Yeah,
said,
I
brother,
don't know.
please. I don't know what it is. Mike, mute your mic. Let's
I
see.
might have to mute. Let me see if I can figure out how to mute. Let me see. Oh, I see it. Hold on a
Just
second.
tap,
Jumping
just tap
around.
your, just tap yourself. It should pop up. Yeah, it was definitely you. It was definitely,
Yeah, I'm
it
over
was
here turning
definitely.
mine down.
I thought it was me at first because I was like, hold on, wait a minute. Let's say, let's see to say, yes, hear you. Okay, you say yes, you can hear him. X. Yeah, so I think that's some of the things I was thinking, Joe, because what I've noticed, and just me going over there and visiting, helped me to see that if folks were able to build in the same area, say as a subdivision, and we went with the same, excuse me, building material. Let's say we use the container as the main building material, right? And folks can have
Uh-huh.
whatever type of design they want.
Yeah.
Now we can go to the port. What I was looking for is one-way containers. They import. Remember, we said earlier they import a lot of the food, right? And
Yeah.
so a lot of those containers, all they had in was food, and it's one-way containers. So
Okay.
it costs too much money to send them back empty. So what they do is
Okay.
just pile them up somewhere, and some guy buys them, right, for
Okay.
low, and then he puts them in a yard somewhere, and he sell them for a profit. So if we're
Uh-huh.
able to find out who that person is, go to him and say, okay, look, we're planning on building 65 to 100 homes, right, and
Uh-huh.
we might need, you know, 400 or 500 containers over a stretch of time as people come in, right?
Yeah.
Now we can negotiate a better price. Now I'm learning different, like you say, build outs. That's what they call that. Take one
Yeah.
container, knock those walls down each side, right?
Yeah.
And then extend them out another, I don't know, two
Container
to three,
or
2 to 3
yeah.
feet, right, on
Yeah.
each side, and make it a deluxe studio. And then you could
Uh-huh.
also make those stackable on top of that.
On top of that, yeah.
See what I mean? And then if we
Uh-huh.
find together, then we go buy drywall, we go buy the lumber, we buying the nails, we buying, you know what I'm saying, the electrical conduit,
Yeah.
wiring, we buying skylights together, we buying everything, ceiling fans,
Yeah.
flooring. because I want to go hardwood. So we might have 50 people in the community want to go hardwood. So we go to the
Uh-huh.
hardwood guy. Hey, we buying 50 homes hardwood. Imagine the prices we're gonna be able to get.
Yeah.
But when I go
So
over
what you
there,
think? Go ahead.
go ahead. I was gonna say when I
Now,
go
what you
over
think the
there,
price?
I see. Well, let me get this out, and I'll let you go. When I see brothers and sisters from all over the country over there, they buying as individuals. So the prices are high, and it's taking them forever to finish their places, and the prices are high. And then when I'm asking them, like, what was your overall expense of building this? It really should have been cheap, but some of the prices I'm hearing is really high. It's in the high 60s, 70s, 80s, all the way to 100,000. And
Nah, it
I'm
shouldn't be
thinking
that.
like that. Yeah, exactly. It shouldn't be, but if you buying as an individual, you know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? Of course, and you go in there and you don't speak the language, and you got this accent from America, and they think we're daddy warbucks or mommy warbucks, right?
Yeah.
So they gonna tack on a little bit for themselves. I get it. Okay, I'll
Yeah.
probably do the same thing if I was them. No doubt, I would do it. So that's why I come up with the concept of we bought in a community and we buy together and we buy into the container homes, right? Now we can bring down the cost. This ain't about what you like, what you don't like. It's about getting your place built
Yeah.
for a fraction of the cost, and it's going to be equal, eco or eco friendly, right? And
Eco.
sustainable, yeah,
Yeah.
eco friendly, and it also gonna be sustainable. And then at the same time, we'll be down there living for free with a lower carbon footprint. Nobody's really proposing that, so that's the reason why I came up with it from seeing other brothers and sisters over there and hearing their stories. But go
Yeah.
ahead.
Yeah. Because over here, to get one of them containers, it's between the price of what 1,800,
To
maybe
3,000.
2,500.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying? Somewhere up in that ballpark. And to me, to go buy the sheet of steel, what I'm saying, and build it out, it would be a whole lot cheaper.
yeah. But then we got to see what would be our labor cost then.
Yeah.
Will we trade labor costs because we're doing it, or would it be better or advantageous? And actually, would it cut down the time frame as well? Because time is money.
Yeah, you're right.
So
You're right.
those are the things that we would look at. That's why I was like, we could just negotiate um, a better price just buying in bulk. The containers are
Yeah.
there because they're gonna be shipping megatons of stuff from imports every year, one way containers.
Mm-hmm.
So they're stacked up somewhere. I just don't know. I haven't spent time like I know in Ghana where they're stacked up at because I did the research on Ghana. They're in Tama. That's where the port is. So they got places all around the port where those one way containers are just stacked up high as the heavens. So they might be selling them, and what they do with what the Africans do with them, they cut them in half. But I've noticed sometimes they'll cut them in half, or they'll just use the 20 footers, and sometimes you'll see the 40 footers as well.
Yeah.
They make barbershops out of them, beauty
Okay.
shops, nail salons, right? What else have I seen? Sometimes they'll be selling produce and stuff up out of them. So right now they take them, they repurposing it, but they haven't made the transition from that to residential housing. So it's still relatively new and untapped. They still like building with concrete and rebar.
Okay.
So if we come in and make it fashionable, because we tend to have that style, you know what I'm saying,
Yeah.
that the whole world likes to copy and
Yeah.
pretend that we didn't start it. You know what I mean? They don't want to
Yeah.
give us credit. They don't want to give us credit for nothing. So they get it, change the name, change a little something about it, right, and then present it to the world as something new. So this is something that we could take credit for because they have container homes over there. Not saying they don't have them, but they don't have a whole community where it's only them. That they don't
Yeah.
have.
Yeah.
So because of that, we'll have people coming probably from all over Africa to interview us to figure out why we did this, right? Why we chose this type of building style, right?
Uh-huh.
And then we can, because you're a builder, I'm a builder. Brother just said he got some journeyman in carpentry. We got 4 or 5 other builders that's in the community. So if we got together and put forth a construction team and bring our brothers and sisters on for the areas of expertise that we don't possess, say electrical, plumbing, roofing, right? These type of things, right? And then we
Yeah.
bring the other folks in as laborers, we could not only make this be one community, but how about we go to Gambia and set up a community? How about we go
Yeah.
to Senegal and set up a community? Why don't we go to Benin, Togo, Ghana, Nigeria, Angola?
Uh-huh.
So you see the potential that we can just spark by just working together on one project and just
Mm-hmm.
see what the universe will throw at us next.
Yeah.
I don't think we think this way. That's why we need new folks to step up to be the new elders. You see?
Yeah. I understand what you're saying. Because it's funny, we talking about this on
You
October the
dig.
1st.
I read the chat.
on,
You dig.
okay. On October the 1st, I'm going to Jacksonville, Florida for vacation for me and my wife's wedding anniversary. So it'd be
That's
20
what's up.
years I've been married. So I already had
Shout
it
out to the
already
wife.
planned out and everything. So funny thing is, guess where I'm staying at? I'm staying in a container apartment.
Get out of here, for real.
Yep. They built an
Uh,
apartment. It's like a small apartment container with containers. It's stacked up, just like you were saying, with a porch. They use the doors that swing open on the second level and put the little, put
Good
some little
night, sweet
rebar
berry.
on.
Go ahead.
And it looks nice, man. I have to say. Now the
So,
company, when I looked and researched it,
yeah, I was gonna say, how do you
they
find
charged
this?
$50,000 to build one.
Wow. Yeah. See. Yeah.
So I know it could get if they charging that here, I know it should be just a little bit more cheaper over there.
You said how much? What is it? It's a 2 unit?
This is just a single. This is just the one with they. I guess what they charging for 50,000 is just probably about what maybe. Um, I want to say, man, I give at least what 40 inch or 40 foot or twenty
Probably a
foot or
40.
something like that.
Probably a 40 foot.
Maybe
They
it's a
don't build with the
40. So I was
20s. Yeah,
thinking
it's probably a 40.
for 50,000.
But it's up and down stairs, right?
Oh yeah, up and downstairs. So when you walk in, you got your little kitchen. You got your sink and everything. You got your refrigerator. Right next to that, you got your wash and dry. You go further a little bit down, and then there's your sitting area for your TV. And I guess the other part where the container at, where they might have cut it and everything for more space, is the bedroom and the bathroom. And they got it laid out in there too, man. I
Heck
mean, just
yeah.
enough space for you to live. And it's like I say,
Mm-hmm.
then they got a whole nother side. So I don't know how many apartments or is actually in it. For me, when I think it looked like an upstairs, downstairs, not upstairs, downstairs deal, but it might be four and all.
Okay.
So I'm gonna take some pictures of it
Yeah, I
and
finna say yeah.
I'm gonna send them
It's
to
gonna be
you.
my next. That was gonna be the next thing I said. Take some
Yeah, I'm
pictures
gonna
of
send
that
some
bad
pictures. It's
boy.
funny we talking about it now. When I seen it, because my cousin he wells too, so I was telling him about it, showing him the pictures, and he was like, "Man, that is nice."
See?
Because that's just something that can be used, not just there. You can do that here if you had your decent piece of land and do somebody that will pass everything for you on inspection.
Yeah, that's the thing. See the code, and then I think
That's why I say that's the beautiful thing of Africa. It seems like there ain't no codes over there.
they got them, but it ain't like over here.
Yeah,
They got code, but it ain't like over here. I mean, the stuff that we do in the type of building that we're accustomed to, once we bring that type of building over there, we'll pass code with no problem.
Mm-hmm.
So that's not going to be the issue for us. And then they're not going to be looking to stop us and all that. Over here, the codes are designed to keep us in check. So if we go
Yeah.
with plans to build a container home, chances are most municipalities are gonna balk at us doing it. Now
Yeah.
they'll give the pass to the albinoids, but I've been noticed when I go on a lot of these uh, when I go on a lot of these YouTube channels, they giving them hell. So I can imagine what they're gonna give us if we try to do some shit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
So I would even won't even go that route here. Now they do got places out west that you could probably go where they don't really care because the population is so minuscule. They want people to come out there, so they're not going to discourage you. But if you try to do it any other place, yeah, we probably have some issues, you know. But
Yeah.
hey, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know, but I'm definitely
Now we
looking
gonna
to
have some
be.
issues. You better know
Yeah,
that.
yeah. I just throwing it out there for the naysayers. You know what I
You're
mean? For the
gonna have
folks
some issues.
I'm just throwing it out there for the nation because people be like, "Well, you don't know that's possible. We probably could go over there and I mean, be over here and present it to some municipality and get approved." Yeah, I think we jumped through 1,000 freaking hoops like a circus seal. You
You
dig?
better know
Balance a ball on our nose while we got a hula hoop.
yes.
My experience with that in the United States, and where I live, it's relatively cheap to build and to buy. I don't know what the prices are like in Chicago, but I do know like in Los Angeles, California, and in New York City, it's very expensive to buy a home. But over
Absolutely.
here, nice homes start around 100. Retail anyway, start around $135 a square foot.
Okay.
Um, and because of the codes and everything that you would have to comply with, it doesn't pay for you to do a container home in my locality. Yes, you can get the containers. You know, um, they're here and everything, but
What
because of
up,
all the
Royal
codes,
Ranger? Greetings. Go ahead.
you're not saving nothing. You're gonna end up spending the same amount of money, and you're gonna have the design constraints that the
Mhm.
that the container that come with the container. So
Hmm.
over there, it makes a lot more sense because again, we're dealing with, do you want to take 2 years to finish the project, or do you want to take 2 months to finish the project?
Absolutely.
Right. And the
2 months.
only thing with that, you know what I'm saying, as a welder, and I just only saying based off experience, once you build a jig, that's it.
Yeah, that's it.
Once you build a jig now, it's just slap and go.
Yeah, it
But still, now
is.
I do understand what the brother's saying because, like my cousin, like Africa is hot, and then they do rains, so like that's still gonna sweat. So you're gonna have to have some kind of different kind of insulation to be able to, you know what I'm saying, install into those containers so you don't have those situations where it would miss up anything. So I do agree with what he's saying. So maybe that's what the cost goes into probably when they building them over there.
Yeah, because you definitely got to insulate. But from what I'm understanding, they insulate from outside and inside. And then
Yeah,
I've also heard of them leaving uh, sweat holes, right?
yeah,
So they
yeah.
use they use a insulation panel board, and on the other side of that, they can paint it. That's why I was talking before. I've been trying to look at different building methods and incorporate them into the container. So I was kind of borrowing ideas from dome homes. So I took
Okay.
a few ideas from the dome home situation and then put them with the container, which I haven't seen it done nowhere, right? Where they got guys that's thinking, okay, um, you could do aircrete. We can also do stick construction with that. Uh, we can use uh, paint with the metallic in it that could reflect. We also could put uh, porcelain because that's what they were
Uh-huh.
using. They was looking to wrap a dome in porcelain tile to reflect out the sun. Um, we can use a combination of brick. We could do a lot of these things in conjunction with the container. The container could be the base, and then you could add. We could do flare outs like you were suggesting. We can
Yeah.
we can cut out a side and then do stick construction to extend the width, height, and depth of it. Um, we can wrap the outside. We can paint it.
Uh-huh.
We can put the
Yeah.
put the insulation board on the outside, and then put plywood on the outside, and then wrap it in um, porcelain tile, which will give it a palace-like look where you won't even be able to tell it's containers, right? And
Yeah.
then
Uh-huh.
on the inside, you could spray it with that paint and put insulation plasterboard, and then frame it out and then drywall.
Okay.
So we could use really 6 or 7, 8 various different methods all in the same project. Now, that's why I was saying if we buy in bulk, you bring the price down overall on everybody's place. You see?
Yeah.
So these are just experiments, things that we're gonna have to experiment with. Now there's some companies over there that's already doing it. And so that's what I'm going to do in January is to interview 2 companies in particular, right? And
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna make a decision on which one I'm gonna go with to build my place in Ghana because I should have enough money by the end of the year. So I'm gonna hire somebody to film every aspect of that build so I can add to the channel. I got an editor now, so I'll turn it over. Well, actually, I'm hiring 2, so I'm gonna be able to turn it over to them and just see which one can chop it up and remix it and put a little music with it, speed it up, slow it down, and add words when we need to add some words so we can see. And then I want to be able to take that over Sierra Leone and then be able to do it there, but perfect it,
Okay.
but get it to where some of us can come over and start doing some of these things. I said you
Well,
coming in, you got something
Joe,
to
if you
add?
haven't checked it out,
Go
yeah,
ahead.
Joe, if you haven't checked it out, you can look up the container builds in Ghana. And from
Okay.
what I could see, I mean, I was on here talking with Ham a couple weeks back, and he was enlightening me about it. So I looked it up, and the single unit, no siding, insulated, but insulated on the inside, and no
Hmm.
and no air conditioning, kind of starts around 13 grand over there. But everything on the inside is finished. Now it's nice looking, but the outside
Okay.
of the container is just painted container. And then it kind of goes up from there. So that's a 40-foot high cube, uh, basic setup on the inside, nice and everything. No air conditioning. Then around 15 grand, that's when the air conditioning kicks in, and a couple of
Okay.
other bells and whistles. So the price per square foot, you know, we're talking about like 320 square foot on 15,000. If somebody wants to do the math right quick, that gives you the price per square foot on that
Okay.
build. But if we isolate, however you're going to build, if you isolate your price per square foot on materials, you know, so you're from like everything, the
Hmm.
structure, the flooring, the toilets, the plumbing, the electrical, everything. Price per square foot on materials. That's our main target if we're gonna bulk buy, to get that price per square foot as cheap as we can possibly get it without compromising the quality of the materials.
Yeah, I
Okay.
agree. And then also
I
the
agree.
labor. A lot of folks is, like I said, the brothers and sisters, If you look at a few, I don't think I interviewed, but this time when I go back, I interview some of the younger folks. They're saying that we need you all to come over and create businesses so we can have employment. So um, y'all know most of the people over there get paid about a month. I don't know if a lot of people really know that, but
Nah, I didn't know that.
yeah, they get paid once a month. And I would say average probably about 50 bucks a month is the
Wow.
average pay. So we can go, of course we would pay the brothers and sisters more, but we can go and pretty much we should be able to just get a gang load of laborers. So
Okay.
you know what I mean? If we doing that
Yeah.
type of project, we should be able to get about 100, 200 laborers easy.
Yeah. And just need a
That
good engineer, somebody that can engineer a drafting type deal, the layout, the container where this is cut for the window and the door and
oh yeah,
everything. I know you do that.
yeah, we could do that. That's not a problem.
I think,
We
didn't
got
you go to school for that?
I did, but we got plenty of people over there that have that skill. So we'll just get one of our
Okay.
brothers. Yeah, we'll just get one of our brothers and sisters that already have a company. I looked at a few of them. It's about 10 or
Okay.
15 about 10 or 15 in the country.
Okay.
So we'll just pick one of them and then let them know what we're trying to do and design maybe four different types of structures, and then people can just kind of pick from them four, and then that way it could be sort of a streamline, so the jig situation can work, and then we can just add to whatever you want, like a flare out. You want some wood. Uh, you want maybe something in the center. It's all different type of variations that we can
Yeah.
create, so we can bring those costs down as well. So that's how I'm looking at it. Like bring costs down for everybody, where even if folks did not plan to leave good old United divided stakes, right? And then start seeing the writing on the wall at the last minute, and then look to get out, and you only able to bring over, you know, a few $1,000s. It's still a place for you in Africa, and you ain't just got to
Yeah.
come over there and be freaking homeless.
Yeah.
we gonna have something for you to do until you can build yourself up where you can get you a spot. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because right now that don't exist.
Yeah. And that's why I'm down with you, brother. I'm coming with my boots laced and everything, so I ain't looking for no pay. I'm
You
looking to
know
put it in so something can be established. Somebody got
exactly.
to start. You got to start somewhere.
Yeah, somebody got to
Everything ain't
do it.
about money. You know.
Yeah, because right now I don't see that, man. And that's just me just visiting, just looking around, asking questions and meeting people and just asking intelligent questions. And folks are just basically like, yeah, this place. And then the folks, some of the people we did go over their places and they was gracious enough to show us the inside, the outside. And then I'm asking them, like, if you don't mind telling me, like, how much did you pay? And I'm starting to hear them numbers. I'm like, shit, 55,000 for this? Shit, if I use containers, even as Blaine just got to explain it at 15,000, hell,
Yeah.
you add that to 50,000, hell, I could have a 3-story mansion for
Yep.
for, for
Yeah.
50,000. Shit,
Yeah. Yeah.
and probably could negotiate a better price than that. Shit, you know what I mean? So,
Yeah.
hey, man, it's a beautiful thing being able to have a collective mind. Because I'm sure a lot of those folks, when they went over it, it was years ago. So the YouTube space wasn't as big as it is now. And
Mm-hmm.
a lot of these folks are a lot older because I haven't met I only met like one person or two people. Take that back, three. Three people that I met personally and talked to personally that was under 40.
Okay.
Everybody
Mm.
else, 50s, 60s, and 70s. that's That's it.
Well, you know, I
So
salute them though. You know what I'm saying? Because if I
I
had never
appreciate it.
seen all what I seen on YouTube, I wouldn't have been thinking about no Africa for real.
See, see, that's the reason why. Hey, that's the reason why I came on because I was saying to myself, I seen some of the people around town. Dynas, O'Shea Duke Jackson. He was in Uganda. My man
Yeah.
King Ghana or something like that. He's in Uganda as
Mhm.
well. Um, who else did I see? Then I started running into the Bag family and they stuff.
Yeah.
They came later actually. And then Bomani, that was 4 years ago. And I always wanted to go, so I'm like, damn, all these videos starting to pop up because I was already just kind of watching. And then, I just bit the bullet, man. You know what? Forget this. I'm gone. Man, I'm so glad I did because I could have kept procrastinating for another 10 more years.
Yeah.
I had already procrastinated for 30. I could have been went to Africa. I've been had the
Yeah.
money. I had the money shit 1,000 times since I got since I got released. I'd had the money 1,000 times to go to Africa. And why didn't I go? I don't know, because I was too busy, buying rims and sounds and you know what I'm saying? uh,
And we
uh,
all done it.
yeah, blowing the brains out of my coop. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we all done it. We all done it, man.
Get paint jobs, all kind of shit, just to do all that, then get my shit stolen the next week after I got it out the shop. I was pissed. Well, I was looking to kill
Yeah.
somebody. Lucky I didn't find nobody. You know, I wouldn't even be here talking if I had found somebody because I had blood in my eyes. I was like, man, I spent all this money just to get my shit stolen the first week I get it out the shop.
Especially up there
I'm
where you
pissed.
at, man.
And
Especially
what'd you
up there
say?
where you at, man.
Yeah, and I had like the good alarm on there, the Viper. That's supposed to be the best thing back then. I had the Viper
Yeah.
on there. I had the cutoff switch, and I had the cause I had a Chevy, Fox Chevy, and I had the collar lock on there. Still come out, my shit was gone.
So they still
I
spitting
come,
on bricks, huh?
no, no, completely gone. The parking space was empty.
Oh, they ain't even. Oh, they just took the whole car.
Took the whole car. I was like, golly. You talking about Negro was upset. Oh my God. That taught me something. I said, you know what? Let me stop putting money in the cars. This is a waste of money because these Negroes up here is not gonna let you have nothing nice. You dig what I'm saying? I'm just a working dude. I wasn't in the business. I'm just working and, doing overtime and all that and just want to ride slick. Man, shit. They like, yeah, okay. You want to ride slick, huh? Not on our watch, you ain't. You ain't finna ride slick on our watch. You dig? And we sitting over here with dirty Air Force Ones on. We ain't having it, you know? So, man, that taught me a valuable lesson not to spend that kind of money in cars no more. And I'm glad that happened because then that taught me, like, okay, let me start figuring out better ways to do with my money. So, all these are just learning lessons uh, uh, for you to kind of end up where the good Lord wants you to be. So I guess this is where I need to be at this time and stage in my life where I'm not looking to do those type of things, and I'm looking at things that's definitely beyond me, and that's gonna be here once I'm gone. So, and then we have the potential to um, put the world on notice and to bring attention to what we're doing in a positive way. And then, folks, I'm sure because what I've noticed about the Africans, and this is not a bad thing, what I'm going to say, so nobody get their underwear in a bunch. When the Africans see something working, right, other countries copy. Other Africans copy when they see something working. So
Okay.
if we get this thing up, or when we get this thing up, we correct that, and folks are coming from all over to see that it's basically living in, it's like livable art. So we'll have people coming to interview us, which I would encourage, right? So
Uh-huh.
once it get around the continent, and then people can start reaching out to us, and then we put together a team. We could take this show on the road, baby. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
really be that economic powerhouse that I've been talking about. Go ahead, I hear you, brother.
Yeah. So I really didn't start getting hip to Africa until I did the DNA test. I watched Dinus Amir, or however you say his name, Dinus,
Yeah, Dinah
and
Samir.
I watched him in Nigeria. So then I ran past this guy, JT, bigger figure,
Yeah,
uh,
over in
trap Flick,
yeah,
Burkina
where was he
Faso.
at? Bikini Fossil. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so I started watching. So he was more interested to me because he was a street dude. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? So I'm like, well, let me watch this because he gonna tell it what it is. You know what I'm saying?
absolutely.
And I started watching them out there and everything, and I was, like, dang, I think I could go out there and make it work. You know what I'm saying? I ain't tripping off the dust and the dirt, and
No,
you
I ain't
know,
either.
and, I ain't looking at that. I'm just looking at like, hey man, they out there surviving and thriving. So when I start seeing the brother digging the wells and you know what I'm saying, and how he was helping the people out there, I'm like, man, that was real. Especially to know that the brother, you know what I'm saying, was here in America doing the same thing. You know what I'm saying? And then the people in Atlanta, wherever the guys was, shot the dude up. Trying to steal his money from him. He out there feeding the kids and helping the women and trying to get jobs and passing out money. And I'm just like, that's crazy, man. How they
Well,
did that brother like that?
when did this happen?
Well, I think he been out. I think he been in Africa for about what, maybe a year or two now, about a year
Okay.
and a half.
I
But
ain't been
he's
following them that
from
closely, but go ahead.
I want to say he's from San Francisco or something like that. He from
Okay.
California, but he
Okay.
moved to Atlanta. He a Muslim too. And he
Okay.
say he Muslim and Christian. He a little bit of both.
Okay.
So
I rock with it.
I followed, start watching his videos and he started, what I'm saying, showing the different things out there and different things. So now he's in Nairobi, Kenya. So he was
Oh,
just
okay.
here in America. Yeah, he was just here in America and he came back and made a few moves and went back out there. But he was doing pretty good with the shea butter and the different investments and things. But his main thing is giving to the people and helping the folks. So that's what really had got me real interested. So then
Hmm.
by watching him, I came past your channel. When I found out I was Mende, I say, well, dang, man, we started looking on different videos on, the city and what it looked like. And I found your video. I said, okay, he's from Chicago. So I'm like, he just north of me. You know what I'm saying? So let
Yeah.
me go and subscribe and let
I'm
me go
just
and jump on in.
yeah, I'm just up the street.
Yeah, you just up the way, man. 4 hours, 4.5 hours. Just up the way. So I say, man, let me follow my brother. So when you start talking about going back and planning the trips and everything, I say, nah, I got to get with him. I need to get with
And
him because I want to go back too. So I'm looking at the wife and I'm like, baby, you down? And she looking like, dude,
she's nervous, right?
you talking about a whole other environment and and
Yeah.
and walking around with dust and you know what I'm saying. So she with it, but it's something different. You know what I'm saying for her. Say if we make that move, but she with me on it. Thank God for that. She with
Yeah.
me on it.
Thank you.
I went
Yeah,
on
because
LinkedIn. I said, hey,
she'll
go
change
ahead.
at the end, even if she wasn't, because what I've noticed, a lot of the women be sort of apprehensive about going because they've got to get that image out of their mind about how bad it is and this and that and this and that war and kid soldiers and tigers running around and everybody in poverty. But when they actually get there and realize that it's not that way, and that you got folks over there doing better than us, a lot
Yeah,
better, and they're freer, right? They ain't got all the
yeah,
smog and they ain't got all the bureaucracies, the red tape, right? But now you got to hustle, and you see how our
yeah.
brothers and sisters hustle over there. Boy,
Oh yeah,
you can see where we got it from.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? So you start to
Uh-huh.
truly identify with the people, and then you don't look at it the same way. Because I can't never look at it from the first day I set foot over there. You know, I had those butterflies for a minute because I'm like, okay, damn, it's actually going down. I'm in Africa, you know. Like that
Yeah.
first day, like okay, cool. That first day was, man, it felt like I was from outer space.
So you just landed on Mars, huh?
Exactly. All the people look like me. Whoa, wait a minute. Because in our programming, it's like, man, I don't want to be around a whole lot of ninjas, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So we don't want to be around a whole lot of ninjas because a lot of drama and confusion and fussing and fighting and arguing, right, may ensue
Yeah.
any minute. So
Yeah.
you get over there and all you see is faces that look like us. You kind of taken back by that. And then people are so um, carefree and open, right? Where
Uh,
you're thrown off by that. You know, you see a lot of brothers and sisters. It took a lot of folks, I would say, the trip was about, I want to say 12 days. It took us about a good 7 to start loosening up.
okay.
Took us a whole week to kind of start loosening up. Before that, everybody was uptight. People were looking around. Uh,
It's a
Folks
culture
were,
shock.
exactly, total culture shock. And we were acting like, you know how I make this analogy, and it's fitting right now. It's like you take a dog and tie him to the radiator in the basement, and you leave him down there for like a month, right? Half feed him, half give him water, and and block out the sun. And then all of a
Uh-huh.
sudden, somebody come down there and rescue him and let him out. And you
Oh
try to let
yeah.
him out, he gonna be like, "Shit, I ain't going outside this door. I don't know what's
Uh,
out there."
yeah. You're right. You're
That's
right.
exactly how we were acting for that first week. And we somebody noticed it, of course. And so when we were sitting down breaking bread at one of the restaurants where we were eating dinner, somebody brought it up to say, "Man, do y'all see how everybody's laughing and joking, and now we're interacting with everybody, and it's like we belong here." That's what somebody said. I feel like I belong here now. We went from that scared little puppy that was locked in the basement for a month to now we feel like we belong. Man, it took 7 days for that to transpire. I was like, man, this is a beautiful thing. And now we see what we were missing. We see what we were cheated out of. And hell, we want that back. You know,
Yeah.
we want that back, man. Cause I realize now what we were cheated out of. All our creativity was was being basically siphoned off of us and used to build up all these melanated, I mean, all these albinoid communities, right?
Yeah.
All these inventions and products that we produce is in they freaking houses.
And they making the money off of all of it.
And then if we come and say, yeah, you know, black man invented the air conditioner. What? Nah. And it's in their house.
Yeah.
That's what's so killing to me. Like, we got all these things that we created here out of the slavery experience that's all over the world that people don't even know us, that we had anything to do with this. And they think we some lazy, shiftless, uh, bangers and drug dealers and prostitutes. This is what they really think. Well, they don't understand our genius. That's why I can't wait to get over there to not have this system weighing down on us, monitoring our every freaking move. And then when they see we come up with a different avenue to get around, because you know it's more than one way to skin a cat. So once we figure out a different route to skin that cat, they run and make a law to block that fucking
Yeah.
potential exit for us. This is what they
Mm-hmm.
do. That's why so many damn laws on the books. It's supposed to be land of the free. Bullshit. With over 1 million fucking laws on the books
Yeah.
to police us.
Yeah.
That shit is
I
crazy,
totally
man.
agree. Yeah, it
That shit is
is.
crazy. That's why we can't do shit. People talking about, yeah, it's not true. Y'all could do something. All right, try to try to do something on a mass scale and see what happens.
And that's what they don't understand. That's why I say me being younger and always seeing the barriers and the roadblocks there. If I wasn't strong mind enough, I would be just like anybody else. I would say I would
Yeah,
give up and say, well, they blocking all the time. The white man stopped me and the red man and everybody stopping me. But I just keep pressing and I keep moving and doing what I got to do. Because what other
yeah.
choice do I got?
You ain't got none. So that luckily we have that African mind, and so we figure out ways around stuff. Because even though we have this system upon us, we still are thriving, contrary to what people think, because we have come up with a lot of stuff that the world basically takes for granted and don't even know that we was the ones who spearheaded that. So that's why I want to be able to go to the African continent and put our full talents and abilities on display for the whole world to see, right? Because
Uh-huh.
they have not seen the best, because we've been dealing with this for so long. We don't know what we are really capable of doing. Because like I said, you're gonna be walking around like that little puppy that been in the basement for a minute, right? And even once you do shake that shit off and you start feeling like, okay, this is where I belong, um, we still gonna have some residual effects of this trauma that we've has been afflicted upon us here in this country, right? So we do need to lean on each other and help each other through this, so we can say, you know what, it's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay. We can forgive ourselves for what happened. You know, we was always a righteous people, and we just came up against, say, a demonic people. Simple as that. But I can't
Yeah.
figure out what other way of categorizing these folks to why you would treat other human beings in such a manner. And I think even once we take back control of this planet, because it's going to eventually have to come to that. I think if we took it over, we wouldn't put them and subject them to what they subjected us to. I don't think we would. We'll give we'll give some of them the business, because they're gonna be trying to fight back and all that type of stuff, and we'll give some of them the business. But overall, we wouldn't exterminate them
Yeah.
like they're attempting to do to us right now. you know, there's an open extermination campaign going on, and folks are sitting here uh, talking about, man, you shouldn't cuss on videos. I'm like, man, I ain't thinking about what you're talking about. You ain't telling the white man to stop trying to commit genocide openly toward us. Why are you not talking about that? You worried about policing somebody's tone and use of words. So
Yeah.
priorities are definitely screwed up. That's all I would say. They definitely screwed up. Still we rise. Exactly,
Yeah.
X.
Here we rise. And I feel
No
like it's
matter.
just like letting them go ahead, brother.
Mhm.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, because we're not gonna just lay down and die. We not. We're gonna fight no matter what. So my thing is, let's let the brothers who want to stay here. I have no problem with that. You want to stay here? Fine, stay here. But we Mendays, we got somewhere to go,
Right.
baby.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah. I proudly tell, hey, every time I see my cousin, I tell him, dude, we men day. We get citizen rights, buddy.
Absolutely.
We get
That's what
rights.
I'm
I
talking
tell them
about.
all the time. I tell
Yeah,
my
look.
auntie, she was like, "You serious?" I say, "Yeah." We go over there and we got our credentials together. We get automatic citizenship,
Yep.
and it feel
And it's
good. Even I haven't
yeah, it
done it.
feel
It's
good.
just the purpose of knowing. Like, okay,
Yeah.
I belong
Yeah.
somewhere. I ain't just floating around here no more, not knowing what's going on or who I am.
Man, it's a beautiful thing, man. Because I ain't like I say, you show from. I don't know if I really express enough of it in them videos. That's why I'm gonna be able to document the group that I'm going over with now. Because, like I said, a lot of the folks that you see reoccurring in the chat fight a greater purpose. Exactly. And I'm gonna be able to interview them with the new setup. And now I got a couple editors. So some of that I might just throw up immediately, and then some of it I'm gonna give to the editors and let them do some real, you know, some real editing with this stuff, so we can get better and better, um, so we can attract more and more greater minds. So because, like I said, that's no job. So not only are we going to be, what I'm trying to do is establish a community, but also provide jobs for folks. So you can come over and whatever your skill set is, right? If it's definitely if it's in the building trades, bring your ass on over. We got something for you to do. You ain't got to worry about what you're going to do as far as a job, right? We got a lot of folks that's at the retirement age, either right there or already retired. They have a fixed income. They have their investments. A lot of them are well off, so they're looking to get out of it because they don't like what they're seeing in
Yeah.
this demonic culture, right? They don't like how this thing has turned for the worse, so they're looking to get up out of here so they can enjoy, their last days in comfort and peace, right, and with some
Yeah.
semblance of freedom. So they don't have the wherewithal or probably have the strength, right, to build and be out there rolling up their sleeves and getting dirty and all that. That's where we come in at, right? They got the
Yeah.
money, we got the know-how and the skill. We'll put together a labor team, right,
Yeah.
and provide jobs not only for ourselves because there's no jobs there, but we'll provide them for ourselves and for our continental brothers, so we can start working together. Like you who was saying that? I think one of the brothers on one of the other videos was saying about. I think that was Brandon from Pan African Strikes Back. He was saying that he was doing delivery of auto parts, and he would go deliver the parts around noontime to these Cambodian joints in their neighborhood, and they will
Uh,
all be sitting down breaking bread together, chopping it up, politics, business, relationships, fatherhood, brotherhood, um, finances. Same thing we gonna be doing with our continental
mhm.
brothers, so we can reintroduce ourselves to them, and for them to reintroduce themselves to us, and at the same time, we uplifting everybody's quality of life.
Yeah.
This is bigger than just me.
Exactly.
Folks be acting like, oh, that's your dream. This dream big enough for everybody. Shit. Some folks be
But
getting
I
it
see
twisted.
it.
I see it all. I've been trying my best to explain it in 17,000 different ways so people can actually see. Because some people been still commenting in the comment section and emailing me, man, that's a nice dream you have, but I want to do this. And then when they tell me what they want to do, I'm like, what? I'm like, there's a lot of holes in what this person is saying to me. First of all, they haven't even been to Africa yet. So right there, you got kind of this pie in the sky type of mentality. When I've been there, going on 9 to 8, 9 times now, uh, some of these things that people are telling me, I really don't understand. They finna go over that solo dolo and just make it work. Ain't got a plan, right? Don't really even know nobody. Don't know the language. Um, they don't even know their DNA ancestry. They just picking a country and decide to just show up. And how many times have I said that? I don't know, probably 100. And folks are
Yeah.
still hell bent on doing it this way. I'm like, okay, fine. I got
Hey,
to the
that's the
point,
American way, man. Do it yourself.
yeah, do it yourself. Go over there and figure it out. All right. But that's why I always give people a way out. Hey, you get over these countries and things don't work out, you're welcome to reach out to us. We'll accept you.
Say after
You
you
know
bump
what
your
I mean?
head.
Yeah. After you go over there and run into the brick walls that you finna run into, uh, if you ain't broke when it's all said and done, come on over. We'll accept you because that's what I'm seeing quite a bit over there. Folks are just running over there, taking 10,000, thinking that they finna repatriate to Africa with just 10,000 and no support system.
Mm, mm.
Do you believe
See,
that?
that's crazy. That's crazy, man. That's crazy, but shoot, with them trying to give everybody that bad juice, you know what I'm saying? Shoot, 10,000. Shoot, hey, if I had to make a move and do it, I'd do it. I ain't taking that juice.
No, I ain't taking it either.
They hit me
Shit,
with that juice, that bad
they
juice. No,
they
no.
they keep that. You know what I mean? Yeah, if I had to, like I said, I've been saving, so I'm saving every penny, and I'm already then scaled down to a lot of stuff. And then I said, push come to shove, I just won't pay no bills for a couple months before I get up out of here if I have to, because I have no intentions on coming back. So I'm gonna burn my boats.
And,
You know what I mean?
and and that's what my plan is too. I told my mother and them, I say, look, if I touch down on that land, I'm not coming back unless God say come back. Other than that, I'm not coming back. I even told my wife that because I have do it so much and just going through what I went through these last 3 years of being injured and this nigga
Hmm.
running me over with a forklift and all that stuff. It kind of did something to my mind. So I have to try and keep my mind straight for not clicking on people and being bitter and evil. You know what I'm saying? Because just like I tell people, I could be just as bogus as the next person, but be being a good Christian
Yeah,
person and being
yeah,
taught
but that's
right.
exactly
You know what I'm
that's
saying? I try and keep myself solid. See, it's easy to go like pick up a gun. It's easy to go do something ignorant. It's harder to walk away. And
yeah,
that's what I tell myself. I got too much that I got to live for. I got to be here for my wife. I got to be here for my family and those who also depend on me also. So that's why I was telling you in the last when not when in the chat. I'm coming right behind you. As soon as this whatever boys out of this situation, I'm
hmm
saying I'm getting what I got to get. Me and my wife, we got our passports. I'm coming.
right.
Citizenship or no citizenship, I'm coming.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we going cause we make it 2 trips a year, so you got to be registered in order to get it. So you register with us, we register you with the government, so they know, and then we produce the documents, and then you submit them for them to be reviewed, and then it has to
Yeah.
be approved. It has to be approved. So it's a proven system the way they doing it, which I like because and they smart the way they doing it because the fact that most of the countries over there are not doing this, and Sierra
Yeah.
Leone is, what tends to happen once, of course, I'm up here I'm sounding the alarm, so more and more people are like, man, Sierra Leone is doing what? So folks are saying, you know what? Instead of me just picking a country and ending up somewhere, let me go there to get citizenship, and it don't work that way. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
it don't work
Yeah.
that way. We even had people before I went go over there, not knowing how it worked, um, and got turned away.
Mm-hmm.
I've been kind of, holding that information quite close to my chest, but since we only after hours, hey, people went over there and got turned away too. You know what I mean? I didn't know who they were because it was before I even knew anything about the program. But that's why I say I want to make sure that I'm doing the right thing and to protect it for folks that's coming behind me like you. That's why
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad I got in when I did. So now I got in at the ground floor of this thing, and so now I can put forth my whole effort to make sure that I protect it. So folks coming behind me, it'll be there for you to come in a lot easier. Program has been tested, tried, right? A lot of folks that
Yeah.
already came through. So now to make it easy for you all to come through. And then we got something planned on the other end. And now it's just really about us getting citizenship. So we're getting it and acclimating ourselves back into the culture. But now we got to look at now the repatriation side of it. So that's the part
Yeah.
I'm bringing in and just kind of using the template that I'm involved with the Black Star Pan African community in Ghana. So I'm taking a lot of cues from them because I'm in there, and now I'm already ready to build there. And then we're going to double back to do the same thing in Sierra Leone. But the main thing for me now is to bring enough brothers and sisters over to get their papers and then figure out, okay, how does the land situation work? The folks been asking me, who do I go to talk to about land? Do the chiefs own the land? Do they have the right to sell the land? What about
Uh-huh.
the state land? Which offices
Mhm.
control the titles and the deeds? The director of these particular departments, what the department names are, what do I need to be looking? Do all that due diligence, right?
Yes. Uh-huh.
Because what I've been noticing is a lot of folks are going over and they're being, you know, swindled. People are double and triple selling the land because folks coming over and they're trying to do the traditional build, which takes 2 years. So in the process of folks trying to build and save up the money, right, to build
Okay.
these structures, folks are able to come in. God damn, dude, fuck! I'm the only one out here. This dude damn near hit me. He got to be on his phone. He be literally, literally in my goddamn lane. Okay, well he gone. But anyway, but we were rudely interrupted by this butthole. I'm in Indianapolis now. Um, so what was I at before this chump made me forget what I was at?
Are you talking about the people coming over trying to get they getting the land and getting ripped
Oh
off
yeah,
and
double and triple selling, because they're using um, the traditional build, right, which is concrete and those iron rods or whatever. That shit is taking a year, year and a half, 2 years. So in the mix of people getting their money together so they can build, because that shit is expensive because of the time frame that it's taking for folks to do it, right? It
yes.
ends up going
Uh-huh.
over budget. It ends up going over budget. So folks,
Yeah.
while you're trying to get the money together, folks are coming along and new people are coming in. Nobody's talking to nobody. Nobody's doing their due diligence. And folks are just stepping up saying they own the property. They may live down the street from the damn place. And so they're
Yeah.
selling it. They selling it to brothers and sisters coming in on the new, so to speak. And then they come, they may got a few dollars to rub together, so they go there and start the foundation. Then all of a sudden, the original people who bought it show up. They got their money ready now, and they ready to put the foundation down. And now they having these disputes. So it's a lot of cases in the courts over there.
Like this in
Uh,
Sierra Leone?
this is all over Africa.
Okay. Okay.
Everywhere where we're going, right? This
Yes.
happened with us. This happened with the Canadian brothers and sisters that's coming over, the folks that's coming over from the UK, the folks that's coming up from the islands. It's happening to everybody.
Mm.
Yep. That's because everybody's buying as individuals and you just picking a spot, right? And you showing up, you ain't doing your
Okay.
due diligence, and folks are just double and triple selling the land. So folks are coming out, I'll take these 3 lots right here for 5,000. So folks are like, damn, I get this for 5,000. So they hurry up and whipping out that cash, right?
Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. Oh yeah.
So if something too good to be true, guess what? That's the truth.
Too
It's
good to
too
be
good to be
true. You're
true.
right.
So a lot of folks are being taken advantage of. What is that? That's why your channel is so important. I appreciate you. I appreciate you too, X. You know what I mean? But that's why buying as a group, we get an attorney, right? We figure these things out where who owns the land, who the chief owns the vacant land, can they legally and lawfully transfer land to somebody else? Do we own it
Okay.
outright, right? If we buy state
Uh-huh.
land, do the government still have it? Do they have powers that they can use to take the land back in the future? These are the questions that we got to ask. Then we got to make sure that we use a compliance officer over there in Sierra Leone. They have compliant officers that you can hire to do this work, right? Then we can hire attorneys to do this work. Then we can go down into the Lands Commission office anytime we feel like it and just walk in there and ask for a meeting with the director.
Okay.
We'll probably be the only ones in the office.
Well,
Simple,
if it's getting
simple.
done right, it don't matter.
You know what I mean? Simple
Yeah.
stuff, man. It's like it ain't that hard. I went in there just on the strength, like I want to just test it out before I start talking about it. So I went to the Lands Commission and asked to speak to the director. It took about 4 minutes, and I was in his office, me and him talking. And I explained to him why I was there, who I was, right, and
Uh-huh.
the nature of my visit. And he said we will definitely work with you all. I said, I'm gonna come back with groups of people and we're gonna be looking to buy land. I already can speak for them, even though I don't know who they are yet. I can speak for them. We're gonna be looking to buy land, and so we need to know the process. So he was like, fine. When you get your group together, you come back, and he gave me his card. I got to figure out what I did with it. You come back and talk to us, and we can open up the books and we can show you what what to look for, right? So you don't have to
Uh-huh.
worry about these problems, right? And then of course we got good people on the grounds over there that I've made connections with, who's basically bringing us over and doing all the legwork for us to get us our citizenship. So once you come over, you'll get a chance to meet these folks, and then they're going to be the ones to help us vet lawyers, to help us vet these people, right? And they can be there to talk to the chiefs in their language, so we don't have no miscommunication because of a language barrier. So I'm setting up the protocols that we need to make sure that we don't have that problem with the folks that come over with me. You go by yourself, hey, have at it. For folks on
Yep.
the playback, have at it. Y'all have at it. If you go over there by yourself, hey, maybe you could take some of these things I'm saying and you could use them to make sure that this doesn't happen to you. But just know that it's an epidemic at this point happening. Going to have to hit your email. Yeah, that's fine. World Ranger, you can hit my email, gohamtrucking@gmail, and I give you what I can. I give you what I can. Um, because I know folks are making decisions to go all over Africa. Like I said, to me, now that I've been at some of these places, it don't really make sense. You should do your DNA ancestry first, and then whatever country it comes back to, make that be your first country. And then if that country is not viable for whatever reason, say like in the case of Cameroon, those people over there are fighting. I saw a video on the African Diaspora channel today that they over there going at it, baby. French speakers against the English speakers, Muslims against the Christians, the civilians
Yeah.
against the civilians against the police. It's wild, boy. So folks, ancestors who coming back to Cameroon, they looking crazy in the face right now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So we pray that they get their internal strifes under control, because a lot of folks would like to go back, but right now it's too chaotic,
Hmm.
too chaotic.
Have you ever had a chance to talk to that other chief that's from Philadelphia?
No, are you talking about Fode?
Yeah.
He's from Fode. He's from Philly. I didn't know he was from Philly.
Yeah, he's from Philly, and I think his wife is from Chicago.
Okay, okay, yeah. I reached out to him when I went, but maybe because they didn't know who I was, they didn't respond at the time,
Yeah.
or I had the wrong number, either or.
Okay.
But But
You know, they gave
si-
them like 400 and something acres of land.
I heard that. Now, when I go there this time, I'm gonna be looking to reach out to them because that was the other thing that we can do over there as well. We could become chiefs. So don't think it ain't crossed my mind. You
Yeah,
know
I
what
think
I'm
he's doing
saying?
good work over there, though. You know, for him
Oh
to
yeah,
stayed over there for like 7 years, and
oh
then he
yeah,
was doing the thing where they were cleaning up the where all that plastic and stuff at on the ocean and everything. They looked at crazy.
yeah, yeah, yeah. You got spaces like that. It's like we got here. We got our city dump. They just
Yeah,
use it as basically the city dump. And to
yeah,
us, you wouldn't use that type of land for the dump. That's all. You
yeah,
know what I mean? Because if you go by the incinerator right here in Chicago, you'll see something worse than what you see there. But the fact that we got it away from the city, off into an obscure place, and it's mostly railroad tracks and box cars and all that shit over there. But that's what the Chicago incinerator is. If you go over there, man, shit, you see rats big as humans.
I don't want to see no rat big as no human, man.
I'm just saying, you know what I mean? It's all-
I ain't never seen a rat. I done seen a rat, but I ain't seen no really big rat. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because we're wasteful people. We'll use it once and throw it away type of people. So you can imagine what the Chicago city dump looks like, right?
Yeah,
You could just imagine.
yeah, yeah. I can
So
just imagine.
so I get
Yeah.
it. You
And
know what I
look
mean?
at New York. I was seeing a picture up in the New York when they had the rats running around out the trash. I'm looking like ain't no way in the world.
Yeah,
Ain't no way in the
yeah,
world. No.
yeah, man. You go over that way, boys. That's why they gotta have that place so far away from homes. But there ain't no homes near there. Nowhere near there. They might be 2 or 3 miles away, and all them neighborhoods that's around there, they gotta put that poison down on a regular basis in them areas. And we're talking they're about to I would say at least 5 miles away. So they gotta hit them areas heavily with that poison to keep them rats down. So I mean it's all relative is what I'm saying. So
Yeah.
I saw him doing it as well. So what I did was when I got back, I reached out to his wife on Facebook, and she accepted my friend request. So I'm gonna be reaching out to them like a month before I leave, regularly to let them know that we're gonna be in town, so I could try to sit down and do an interview with them.
Yeah.
Because yeah, I want to know what the things he did too to do that, and I think I
I mean, he
might
seemed like a
apply.
pretty smart dude, man.
Yeah, 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 yeah. He's a man. He's a powerhouse. That dude. When you hear
Yeah,
him
man.
speaking, you see him speaking. He got that knowledge. He got the history of the knowledge down. So that's why I want to have him on the channel, and at the same time, I want to ask him about, which I'm probably ask a lot of folks over there about the chiefdom process. Because hell, I think I want to be a chief. That would
You gonna be
definitely,
a chief?
hell yeah.
I think you'd
You know
be
what
a
I'm
good
saying?
chief.
I think I will too. That's what, because when I saw him, that's what gave me the inspiration. Shit, I'm like, well, shit.
Hey, ain't
I think
nothing wrong with it.
you know what I mean? I could be a chief.
Chief
Sure, I'll
go
bring
hand.
exactly. Chief, well, yeah, Chief Ham, Chief Ham, on the scene, baby. You dig?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And I'm bringing folks over. I'm bringing folks over too.
Yes.
This is the first group, but these groups gonna pick up. You know, we're doing two a year, and if they get really, really big, we're gonna do stuff. I'm gonna suggest that we add a third group, do three a year, and a lot of folks are planning on repatriating us. So I'm bringing a whole heap of people there, and some very prominent people, and people with a lot of skills, people with a lot of education, a lot of know-how, right? So yeah, why not apply for a chieftain status? Why not?
Hey, go for it, brother.
You know what I mean?
I'm with you.
Shit. That's why I was saying before, earlier today, African people need to reinvent ourselves. See, this all ties in to some of the things I've always been speaking about. So I'm definitely looking at that. What is that? What's the
What's the
brother's
brother?
channel?
Ah,
Uh,
I'm trying. I got it on my. I
it's
subscribe
it's
to it. Hold
it's Gutta. Just type in
on.
4 day.
Gullah
I think it's
Geechee?
yeah. You could type in Gullah Geechee, but a lot of stuff gonna pop up if you type in Gullah
Yeah.
Geechee. Um,
Oh, hold up.
what's that? F. You can look it up. You on the other end. Um, Joe.
Subscription. I got it. I surely got it. I got it. I got to find it.
I know it's FADAY. FADAY. I want to say 4 day. Uh, it's a FO. Joe gonna look it up for us and put it in the chat because yeah,
Hold up.
we
I'm
definitely
subscribed to it.
got to team up with that brother for sure, for sure.
Hold up, man. I should have him in my. Hold up. Hold up. I should have him saved in my folders. Which one? Ooh, hold on, man.
X, where you going? What country you going to, X? I'm sure you might have said it, but I probably forgot. I should be going 55 here.
No, hold on. I'm gonna find it.
Where you going? To Gambia, Ghana? Which one? Sierra Leone? I'm sure you told me, but I can't remember. Oh, okay, yeah. Tanzania with money. Oh yeah, that's what's up. I like how you abbreviated that too. See, I can easily
Okay.
read that.
What is his name? Foday. Okay. Foday.
Yeah, FODAY. Chief Foday, baby. My sister's boyfriend is in the 1970s in Chicago. Let me move over. And was named Foday from Burkina Faso. Okay, that's what's up. Royal Ranger.
Okay. Yes.
Cause I'm subscribed to the brother's channel too, but they don't really post a lot over there.
Hold on.
Not
I'm finna
used for being
in the chat.
what? Not used to be not used to being in a group in groups. Not used to being in a group. But that's all right. You know, it's the first time for everything. You'll
Yeah,
like
that's
it.
the link right there to his page. That's the Gullah Geechee House Media. And she can go and tap in on that and just go straight to his channel. And she'll see in the right hand corner the Instagram, Facebook, and his other links in the right hand corner.
Mm-hmm. Can you put it in the chat for us, Joe?
Yeah, I had put the link already in there for us to use
Okay.
the YouTube channel.
I don't know why can't I
I had
see
to
it then.
just copy and paste it in the search in the
Well,
YouTube search.
why I can't see it on my end? I don't know.
Hmm.
I said I can't see it on my end. That's what I was saying.
Oh, yeah, I just put it in there. Hold on, let me do it again.
Speaking to you, speaking to what you mentioned about what 7 days to relax. Oh, yeah. But you know, we ain't really taste freedom like that before, so it's gonna take a minute for it to set in that you're free. Gullah Geechee, there you go. There it is, Joe.
Okay. Now I
Gullah
should do
House
it to the
Media.
channel. Yeah. And when she go to his channel, it'll have all the links in the right hand corner.
Yeah, appreciate that. Sister,
Yeah.
thanks you. Yeah, that's what's up because that brother, man, that brother cooked some serious knowledge.
Yeah, man.
I,
I sat back and listen to him one day. I was like, dog, man, that dude's smart.
yeah, man, he been doing his research, baby. I definitely want to touch base with him and then look into that chiefdom aspect because the things that we
You know why
planning
they
to
made
do.
him a chief?
Go ahead, tell me.
Because he looked like one of their ancestors.
Oh, that's what it was. I think I remember seeing that. Yeah,
Yeah, he said they. I mean, that I think that's pretty what really made him a chief. He looked just like one of the ancestors. He said that they look just like him. He looked exactly like him.
yeah. Plus he got that knowledge.
Yeah. Now the brother's smart. I have to tip my hat to that. The brother, he like you. He own
Yeah,
it.
yeah. That brother was on it
He's
because
on
when I heard him speaking some years ago, I heard him before, but this is before. This is when I didn't understand that. I'm part of the Gullah Geechee. I didn't understand that. So even though I
it. Yeah.
knew about the Gullah Geechee from years ago, we got the African American Museum of Art, the DeSable Museum in Chicago, which is the biggest in our region. Um, and I remember taking my son years ago when he was a boy, and they have the film room. We went in the film room, and the film was on the Gullah Geechee. And I'm thinking like, well, damn, they down there in the Carolinas. And I'm thinking at the time that we were from Mississippi. I didn't know we were from Georgia, and that's what it's all of that area, the Carolinas and southern Georgia, is where the Gullah Geechees were at.
Okay.
So I had no idea that we were from southern Georgia.
Okay. Now, that's
To
just
show
from
you,
the information that he was given, or is it just
well, it was from that, and then the fact that when he was saying that, then uh, I decided to do the ancestry, found out that I was Mende, and then I started tying that together in with what Foday was saying. And then I remember back to that video that I watched at the Disarmament Museum. Then that made me start asking my mama some questions. Hey, did you say we were from Mississippi? And she was like, no, boy, who told you that? I'm like, so you mean tell me I've been going 50 years thinking we were from Mississippi?
hmm,
She was like, I don't know where you got that from. No, we from Georgia. I'm like, what? She's
hmm,
like, yeah, grandmama was born in Macon, Georgia. I was
oh,
like, I be damn.
hmm.
I be damn. To
So
show
is
you,
all Mende considered Gullah Geechee, or is just the ones in North Carolina? Or what is I'm trying to get an understanding of
it
who
was
is
it
Gullah
was
Geechee.
the Gullah Geechees were people who were brought over who were the ones who retained majority of the Mende culture here in America, even during uh, be, even during and after slavery.
Okay,
So that's the connection that they have with the South, that they was able to retain majority of the Mende culture, language, and heritage, right?
oh,
Even
okay,
do
yeah, because he okay,
even
okay,
doing
I got
even doing slavery. It was
okay,
other cultures, that was taken as well, but they wasn't able to maintain anything where we were, and that's a big deal. And it's such a big deal. And that brother and folks before him have pioneered uh, that aspect of Gullah Geechee to the point where the president of Sierra Leone mentioned us by name.
hmm,
Yep, mentioned the Gullah Geechee by name. I was like, man, I felt so honored. That was a very emotional day for me.
okay,
Very emotional.
hmm,
The fact that the president of the country understands and know what happened here in these particular areas in the Americas. Most of them other presidents, they kind of know surface level stuff about us, but when the president went into that congratulatory speech, man, he laid it out, baby. He talked about Jim Crow, he talked about segregation, Reconstruction, talked about the Gullah Geechee, he talked about the HBCUs. He laid it out, baby. I was like,
so
yeah, I'm home. I'm
he
home,
said it
baby.
all. So hey,
Yeah,
y'all, I'm educated on this.
shit, I'm
Okay,
home, baby. You dig? I'm home. Shit.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So, hey, shout out to Chief Fode. I'm definitely gonna try to bring him to the channel for you all. I got his wife um, friend request, so I'm definitely about a month before I get ready to go. I'm gonna be sending her mad messages to let her know I'm gonna be in town for the 2 weeks or whatever, and to try to set up a meeting with the brother so we can bring him on the channel, tell his story on our side. He's already told it, but we need our new audience to hear him because, like I said, a lot of folks don't know. You see people asking us to put the brother's name in the chat. See, so we're gonna bring him over here as well. Let me see
How
what is
far
it
you from the
saying.
shop, man?
Shit, I'm in fucking 3 hours. Gonna pull over now and take my break, and probably let y'all go in about 10 minutes.
Okay. Now,
Take me
because
a
our
little.
brother gone, he was carrying me for a minute. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he was carrying us, but he had what it man. He had what we needed. That septic talk. Oh my
Yeah.
God, we need to. I need to get him back
Yeah.
on here with that. 'Cause
Yeah.
we
He was.
gotta.
That was some good ideas, man.
Yeah, we gotta come up with a way of disposing of our waste because a lot of folks are basically um, and he just basically just gave us $1 million idea. You know that, dude? Do you know that, Joe?
Yeah. Yeah.
He just gave us $1 million idea because septic is a problem in Africa all over.
Yeah.
So just imagine, right, the possibilities of what we can do because the brothers and sisters, for whatever reason, right, they're not
Yeah.
using the internet in the same manner as we maybe are using it. We use it for buffoonery as well. And so now they use it sort of in that same vein. Some of them are creating, but I also have seen, people just, you know, doing their business wherever they find themselves. So it's a lot of work to be done over there. And when it comes to regards of sanitation, because
Yeah.
that's
Because
another,
go ahead.
go ahead. I was gonna say, that's another reason for a lot of the diseases because of sanitation and then also clean clean water and then us being able to dispose of our waste products in the containers that we use. So recycling would be a good thing that we can institute and be able to take that recycling and turn it into bricks or whatever. I've seen a couple of videos of that. So we got a lot of
Yeah.
$1 million ideas just wait. I just saw a falling star. Praise God. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, I watched the little Sierra Leone news channel what it's called Talk to the Camera, the Sierra Leone network. And
Okay.
man, I seen when the rain was coming through there, man, looked like a river was going through the Sierra Leone. And I was just
That,
like thinking to myself, like, well, man, what could they do better with the flow of water? Because man, that looked at wow.
yeah, it's in Ghana too. It's all pretty much all over Africa.
I'm talking about it looked like a river. I'm talking about this and people trying to drive and dude walking through it water. And I'm just looking like, man, dude, that's crazy. I
Yeah,
ain't never seen nothing like that.
that's why we need civil engineers because the same thing will be happening here if we didn't have all of the pipes under our streets.
That's right. That's right. But
Yeah,
I would think that if you had a good engineer, they could probably, you know what I'm saying, shift all of that water to somewhere else because that's good water going back into the ocean that could be used for drinking and selling to people and everything else.
true that, true that. But that's like I said, that's where we come in at. These are the avenues that I've been saying. Like this is where we're gonna come in at because, like I say, I don't know. Like at this point, because of colonialism and the effects of it, and the fact that they want to keep these places as poor as possible so they can keep getting the natural resources, pennies on the dollar. So that's where we come in at. That's why a lot of these things we got to come in and be able to take these industries over and start making these folks pay a fair wage so we can turn around and be like the Chinese doing infrastructure projects, you know what I'm saying, where we're loaning the money to the government and turn around and, you know, they paying the loan back with interest. Why should we have to
Yeah.
depend on the Chinese to do it if we build up our net worth to the point where we got, enough folks, we'll be putting up that money to do those civil engineer projects, them huge infrastructure projects, and then we'll
Yeah.
just loan the money to the government at interest. We just won't be charging them no outrageous interest. That's all.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? You see the potential that we have there. Here, we can't even talk like this here. We can't do none of this shit here. We're
Yeah.
talking about loaning money to the government. Do you think we'd be talking like this if we would have had this opportunity?
Oh, no, we wouldn't. You're right.
You know what I'm saying? The Chinese are doing it. We could do it. And that's what it's
I
going to
just
come
look.
down to.
Yeah, I just look at like all the diamonds, all the gold. I don't see why would they need to even borrow money from anybody. The money is in the ground.
Equipment. Equipment is running,
Yeah.
250, 300,000.
Hey, but that's hey, if it was me, I would be like, well, to get the equipment, let's dig the minerals, regardless if I can refine them or not. I'm not finna sell it to you for dirt cheap. I'm just not finna do that.
Yeah, but see, the thing
Even if they
is,
just getting the gold, I mean, they good just on that. I would just dig for the gold.
yeah, that's why I said they keep them poor on purpose. So it's basically a hand to mouth culture at this
Yeah.
point. So now, if you keep me poor, right,
Uh huh.
now I got to kind of like, and then, if you don't buy my raw material, what do I do with it? African nations ain't really buying it. They're trying to sell their natural resources, right? And the and the
Yeah.
and the the, the albinoid community, the European community, is the one who has commandeered that market. So they set the price of these things. Okay, so
Mm,
that's who they trying to sell all this stuff to. It's going to the European markets because they the ones want to wear these diamonds and the rings and engagement rings and all this type of stuff and birthday baguettes for all this stuff. So they the ones who setting the market. So we got to figure out a way to basically commandeer it from them. So it's going to be tough. It's an uphill fight that we're going to have, but that's why we got to pick things where we know they don't give a damn about like agribusiness, and we could
uh,
become filthy freaking rich off agribusiness and then go off into mining.
yeah.
You know what I mean? We got to pick avenues that
Uh,
they don't care about, until we get our weight up.
yeah.
You know what I mean? Because
Make
if you try to come at, because these dudes are like they right up there with the mob.
yeah, pretty much.
You know what I mean? So um, we definitely got an uphill battle when it comes to that particular industry. That's why I say let's pick something that we know we can dominate because they don't give a damn about agriculture,
Uh-huh.
and that's where we should start, grow our wealth, and then spread out from there. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm looking to do. Pick avenues where we don't have to necessarily worry about too much competition from, because they've been over there for shit, thousands and thousands of years, man. So just move them out the way. It's gonna be a task. So we got to pick things that they don't really care nothing about, and then we got to make that do what it do, and then we can double back on them later to challenge some of the things that they really control over there, because there ain't really nobody stopping us. And
Continue on the current
the,
road.
the president said he feels that the natural resources of the country only been tapped 10%, so 90% of that stuff is still in the ground.
Okay.
So we got room to grow, right, exponentially. But like I said, it's the thing we don't have. A lot of us don't have millions of dollars, so we're gonna
Yeah.
have to grow to that point. Let me read a couple of these comments since I done pulled over now. Aqueducts to stop the rain flow. That's a good idea. I'm gonna have to look into what aqueducts are really. I definitely want to help with that. I like construction projects. That's what's up. Oh, excuse me. Yes, so they can steal the natural resources. I heard they build secret airfields that some Black African countries don't know, and they fly the natural resources in and out at night secretly. Yeah, I believe that. Empires are begun always from by farmers. Exactly. Can't think when you're hungry. Damn right. You can't fight when you're hungry either. your your mo- your mo- your mo- motherfucking stomach touching your back. You don't give a damn about nothing. You hey, take this fucking gold, man. Give me a sandwich. You dig? It's a mustard. You dig?
Yeah.
So I get it. So we got some work cut out for us, but that's why we need sane people to really help us so we don't just jump out there and take our last little money and try to get a gold mine. No, let's get areas where we really can dominate, build that up, do this thing in small, what they say, small bites, take small bites, and then, you know, eventually we'll be able to bite the whole freaking pie. Well, that's what we got to do. But I'm gonna go ahead and jump off, take a quick 30-minute nap, and then I'm gonna go ahead and knock these other 3 miles out. But I appreciate you so much, Joe, for coming in and keeping a brother company. We talked some
No
good game.
problem.
We talked some good game. We chopped it up really well. We gave folks a whole lot of great ideas, and these are some of the things that we need to be uh, discussing to make this type of move. Okay, we need to cover every aspect of it because guess what? We are not known to build communities. We move into communities. We are transitory people, right? We just move into communities that's already established by others. So now we're trying to do the thing that others have done forever. Now we are trying to do these things, and we got the brain power, and quite frankly, we got the money, and now we're gonna have the government backing us. So we're definitely gonna get some stuff done. It's gonna take some time. Y'all just be patient. Don't try to bite off too much. We're looking to get apartments over there for now until we're able to do our due diligence to make sure we get a hold of this land scam situation because I don't want to see no more of that, especially with the folks that I'm bringing over. I'm going to make sure that because we're literally sitting on gold mines of ideas. We just got to bring the collection of good people together, and we got to make sure that we protect one another so nobody gets scammed, nobody loses their money, nobody loses anything, lose their life, none of that. So we're going to do everything in our power to prevent all of that so folks can come over and have a true new beginning and have an opportunity to reinvent themselves. So I definitely appreciate you, Joe. You know what I'm saying? My Illinois brethren.
And
Uh
can't forget about our other brother too. Thank God for him.
yeah, Blaine. Appreciate him down there in Louisiana. You dig? So we're gonna come on more often like this at night if I have to do night driving because y'all definitely kept me afloat, kept me alert. I wasn't sleepy not 1 minute of this time, and I actually learned something, especially about that septic stuff. So we will be coming back together and we'll chop this up. But we're gonna go and get up out of here. Y'all know I love you. You know I love you, Joe.
All
And
right.
what? Peace and what? Black African power, baby. Holla at
I'll
y'all
let y'all.
later.